Why, hello there. We're back with some Pillars of Eternity this time around. Whew, what a day has been. What a week actually is. I've been weeking. Yeah, I've been weeking. That's a word now. I've been streaming all week long, every day from Monday to Sunday. It's quite a thing actually. Now come to think of it, if it's every stream was about 3 to 4 hours long, man. That's quite a predicament, isn't it? Quite a precedent, even. Now, awkward as it is, I'll have to probably press start. There we go. Uh-oh. Game? Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay, fair enough. Just the game kind of casually disappeared on me. Yeah, well, thank God I have Pillars of Eternity installed. Can I click on this? No. I can click, but nothing happens. We're gonna continue where we left off. We were in, where were we? We were in Heritage Hill. I even have it in the name. Why did I not even think about it? Vizorian! Hello, and welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hope the day's treating you well. I'm a dad now? Fantastic. I'm a dad now. Congratulate me, guys. Very good, Lauren. Very, very good. Alright, let's continue. We're gonna get some gaming done. We're gonna get some progress done. We're gonna continue the main quest and stuff. It's gonna be fantastic. All is gonna be great. I hope. This place is not that tough to complete, honestly. There isn't anything particularly high level, I don't think, in this quest. Or for a matter of fact, all the main quests that we are gonna do here. Doing bad, got sick on Friday, didn't get better. Ouch. Well, I hope that you get better soon, but don't worry. Every illness will be fought off. The body's like that, and if the body itself cannot be helped, then you can always resort to some medicine if the doctor prescribes you something. I'm sure you're gonna get better. Okay, so yes, we were here, we killed the lady, and we discovered that the tomb of... I don't know what the name is. The tomb of the family Valtas is locked by a key that we do not currently own. Our current party formation is my character, Adair, Ivan, the Punchy Punch. We have Durance, the priest, Nephi, the god of fire, the druid, and Vencia, the cipher. Or Veni-chan, rather.
There, done.
Thanks, Ivan. Much appreciated. Your lock-picking expertise is staggering, nonetheless. We discovered that he can do some of that stuff. Mumbo jumbo when what is his name? Aloth is away. Oh, hello. Yeah, that would probably be a good plan not to just casually stroll into these people. Let's move. What? Brent DB is now auto-hosting me. Thank you so much, Brent, again, for putting me into your auto-host list. Okay, let's see if maybe we can get Ivan to draw aggro of a couple of these fools. Let's point our finger here to daze them. Nephi can just attack. You can probably cast Take the Psychic Echo on my character. Okay, Ivan is enraged and full of anger. He's half man and half a monk. Look at the friggin' Ecto Psychic Echo blasting through this fool. The fool's Krapken is now the hosting me. Thank you so much, Krapken, for putting me into the host list. Much appreciated, my man. I haven't caught your stream recently. I haven't been catching streams recently as much as I would like to. I've been tired a lot recently, actually. Okay, so we have some camping supplies, spare camping supplies in this chest, so if we decided to, we could camp after we complete this house here. From here, the mansion appears deserted. Really now? Color me surprised. Let's go in. I mean, as we've noticed, Heritage Hill is pretty much stuffed with, you know, undead. It's not great. It's pretty bad. So let's see. This mansion... Yes, I know where we are at. The stairs are blocked probably. Broken chairs, upend tables, and shattered vases block something. Block the stairs, of course. Splintered planks shift precariously. Alrighty. Let's sneak slowly around this place here. Maybe something hyped up will be happening. Oh yeah. There's a couple of people. And as we can see by the names, this is actually the family Valtas. The one that we had the tomb blocked out earlier. So we can see here there's Lord and Lady Valtas as well as some Emilia Valtas. Emilia, probably Valian in origin. Seda, let us in. It is safe. Come out now. Open the door, Seda. The female Dragul sniffs the air and whirls around, hissing, Survivor! Okay, hello. Okay, so I guess these are Draguls and these are ghouls. Ghouls are a bit inferior to Draguls, of course. Pretty self-explanatory. Draguls probably a word originated from Dracula, of course. Because these pretty much these are like dead bodies with souls kept in them, right? But unnaturally, of course. It's not a natural process. There is another there is a various definition of these creatures. These are, for instance, vessels, right? Every zombie, every skeleton in this game is defined as vessel. Now, I believe these are people that unintentionally had their souls returned to their bodies. If you intentionally return the body, or rather the soul to your body, you're called a vampire in this game. I think that is by definition what it is. Okay, let's try to limit the use of per rest abilities and try to use as many per encounter abilities and limit our health and damage and such. If you can turn into a werewolf, or actually a wereborn rather. You're inside a bit of fire when you get there. People are dying left and right. We're doing the thing. Good. Alrighty. Actually, nephew, you could attack. Usually when the combat is a bit easy and I stop pausing for a while, I oftentimes will not even notice that some people are not attacking. It's a bit my fault. I get cocky. I can see this Emilia guy is actually pretty tough for a Dragul. What? We took care of him. Good riddance, good riddance. Good fight. Well done, well played. Okay, so let's enter the... Oh! Well, we were not sneaking actually, so... Yeah, sucks to be me. Ivan is already hurt. He could actually theoretically activate Torment's Reach. This guy and punch him very hard. There we go. Nephi turn into a werewolf. You point your finger. Then you actually can cast... let's change a bit. Let's swiftly change to that. There we go. Ivan is getting hurt a lot in this fight, but no, he's fine now. He's absolutely fine. Also, stream related, not game related. I should probably start considering putting up some songs in my playlist. Creating an actual playlist, you know, pre-stream playlist, so that I can actually put some music while people join in and not just hop into a game 20 seconds after I start the stream and tweet about it. It would be a bit more professional, let's just say that. I think the production thus far seems to be pretty decent. Lord Valtas' will. A last will and testament has been carefully drawn up on a stained piece of sackcloth. It lists Lord Valtas' various titles and holdings, ending with the following. Should no member of my family survive, it is my wish that my wealth and property be dispensed to the Crucible Knights. Let my wife and children and me be buried with my forebears in the Valtas family tomb, at the right hand of Duke Hadred. Signed, Valerio Valtas, 5th Lord of House Valtas. Alrighty. So now we know that this is actually a pretty prestigious noble house. Why they would build a mansion in the Graveyard District, I don't know. But I guess Heritage Hill and, you know, having graves around you is more prestigious in this land than it is in our world, I guess. I don't know. I guess it has to have some lore implications. Valtas Manor Key. This ornate brass key displays the symbol of House Valtas, a crossed sword and spear. Lockpicks required 1 party lockpick 16. Do you want to? Yeah, absolutely.
There, done.
Thanks, Ivan. Much appreciated your support. By the way, Ivan hasn't been seen in a long time online. Let me tell you that. I haven't seen him in some 4 days now. Ah, damn it. Damn it, I friggin' misclicked that. Okay, let's read it. Valta's groundskeeper letter. This is a note addressed to the household staff. Please see to it that the family mausoleum is swept and marble polished. The key is hanging, as always, in the kitchen by the oven. We'll keep it in mind. But I think we... Oh, it's a kitty! Black and white cat. This sharp-eyed cat is a prodigious mouser and often goes bounding off the path in search of small prey. This is actually going to be our temporary new pet. We're gonna store away the astral Pigglestein, and we're gonna keep our cat here. We're gonna keep all our pets in an inventory. We might as well. It's like a casual playthrough anyway. Okie dokie. Let's go. Let me just check something real quickly. I apologize for the unprofessionality of this. Okay, seems like everything is set up. Okay. Okay, good. Good. Perfect! We're doing this! Let's do this! Off we go to the House Valta's mausoleum, now that we have the key. And we're gonna see what's happening inside. Give it some time. Loading times are a bit long in this game. But at this point, I believe we're basically... Oh, well. Spared Dragula around here. Hey, someone leveled up! Who leveled up? Who leveled up? Someone leveled up. Me leveled up and Ven leveled up. Both of us leveled up. That's great. Let's level up Ven. That's level 7 for her, right? I believe so. Yep. That is indeed level 7. Hype. Okay, we're gonna put some lore and some stealth for her. Okay, now we get serious. We get 2 level 4 spells, or rather, 2 spells of our choosing, really. But probably we're gonna go with level 4. Mind Lance, I believe, was good. Body Attunement is stat increase, or whatever it was. Cyber probes the mind and soul of the enemy target, finding the strength of its defenses and stealing them for his or her own. Okay. Drains a portion of the target's damage reduction, granting the same amount as bonus to the Cypher. So if you want to go for a tankier Cypher, you can with this. Mind Lance impales the target with a lance of pure force, inflicting major pierce damage to anyone in the line of attack, with a high chance of causing an interrupt. 41 to 50 pierce damage. Wait, with anyone in line of attack. Okay, so also probably, I assume, probably also allies, not just enemies. Pain Block provides an ally with a mental block on his or her pain, granting a bonus to their damage reduction and regenerating endurance over time. This is actually pretty decent. For 29 seconds you get a 10 damage reduction and 125 endurance healed over 29 seconds. So divided, it's more or less 4 endurance per second. It's actually pretty decent. It's pretty decent. It's an alternative if you want to go with a kind of a healer Cypher, and we might go here because having endurance or Colby, relying on those 2 for heals, it might be a bit tough until we get a paladin eventually. Silent Scream produces a psychic howl in the targeted area, stunning the targets as well as dealing raw damage to all enemies within. Stands a high chance of causing an interrupt. It does 41 to 59 damage in a nearly 4 meter area of effect, as well as stuns for 11 seconds. My god. Okay, no, so just one person. Okay, just the target is stunned and gets this damage, and everyone else gets reduced damage. It's not bad. Particularly if there is a lot of enemies around. Wild Leech latches onto some characteristic of the target's psyche and drains it, granting the same amount as a bonus to the Cypher. So very similar to Body Attunement, but in this case it's a random stolen attribute. So it's a bit random. Going between. I like to go between, if you know what I'm saying. An ally superficially takes on the form of a spirit, their movement is increased and many incoming crits and hits and grazes are converted to a less severe result. So allied target, 25% of incoming crits converted to hits, 25% of incoming hits converted to grazes, 25% of converted stuff to misses, plus free speed. It's kind of a... We're gonna go with Silent Scream and Pain Block. I believe Silent Scream was the stun. Yes. Alright, we're gonna go with those two. As for my character, he's level 8, so probably nothing too serious here. We're gonna increase our lore score so that we can get more dialogue options. Plus, we get also some effects, like we can use some scrolls and such. Accurate Carnage, Barbaric Blow. No. We can go offensive. Did we get two weapon style? We did not get 2 weapon style. We could go with 2 weapon style here. That extra attack speed might come in handy. A lot, in fact. Yeah, we're gonna go with 2 weapon style. I mean, is there any other of this? I mean, we could go with Veteran Recovery for that little bit of health extra, but it's not a lot. I mean, we're talking about 6 endurance for 3 seconds. That's 2 endurance every second. It's not a lot of health. Now we're gonna go with two-handed, not two-handed, 2 weapon style. What does 2-handed style do? 15 damage. And 1-handed does hits converted to crits. Okay. Now we're gonna go with 2 weapon style. What is dangerous implement? 25% damage with implements. 3.0 raw damage to self when attacking with implements. Oh, wands, scepters, and rods. Okay. It's a modal. Okay, we're gonna go with 2 weapon style. I think that's the best one option right now for us. We want to increase that DPS with our character. It's gonna be pretty huge. I mean, we're doing 17 to 24 and 15 to 22 damage in 2 swings in 1 round. And we just increased that by 20%. It's not damage per second, this is damage per attack. So that's pretty decent.
As you wish.
Okay, let's go on exploring. I assume that the other characters might be... Yeah, he's about to level up. Ivan has been already level 7 for a while. Adair is gonna go into level 8 pretty soon. He's already level 8 because he went on a quest to Godhammer Bridge last time. I'm actually gonna check the hold screen really quickly to see if things are being built. Yes, South Curtain Wall is being built for in 3 days and 19 hours, so quite a while to go. And there is no current events playing out in the hold. That's good. That's fair. That's fair. There is a lot of news with Deadfire too. My god, there has been a lot of news and stretch goals in Deadfire. I'm pretty hype about that game. Hopefully, we're gonna have a bunch of fun with that game. I hope so, at any rate. Right, so in the tomb of Valtus family, we're gonna find ourselves Seda. Hello, Seda. A little girl cowers in the back of the tomb. Her face is streaked with dirt, and even in the shadows, you can tell she is far too thin. She watches you, holding her breath. It's all right. You are safe. I mean, I'm basically tall as she is because I'm an Orlan. She inches into her candlelight. Her clothes are a little more than filthy rags now, but ripped and stained fabric looks like embroidered silk. You have to be quiet. Noise brings to hungry people. If she's afraid of hungry people, maybe I should step outside. Well, I guess Adair has a bit of hunger going on in the midst of this undead crisis. My name is Seda. Are you hiding from them too? She watches the door of the vault, her eyes wide and careful. You're Seda. I come across some dragoons in a house. The girl's eyes widen. You saw mother and father, and Emilio. How did they get away? How did you get away? Those aren't your parents anymore. She picks a thumbnail watching you. She nods slowly. Well, she's taking it pretty well. Tell me what happened to you. Her eyes take on a distant look. Her legs start to tremble. You're frightened and you've been stuck here for too long. But try to remember what happened before. She takes a deep breath and stares at the stone floor. There was a big noise and light in the sky. Everyone thought it was a storm, but then people started waking up. After they died, I mean, She twists her shredded sleeve into knots. Mother and father and Emilia boarded up the door, but the hungry people found our house. Her fidgeting becomes more agitated. They fought, but the hungry people always get up again. They broke through the door and Mother told me to hide. Dalek! How are you doing? Tell him Moana to you too. It's been a long time since I played Path of Exile, but I do remember that from Path of Exile. How are you doing, Dalek? Hope the day's treating you well in the Americas. Must be pretty early in the morning, 10 a.m. for your place. But yeah, hopefully you're doing well, my friend. It's been a while. And today you caught my stream, because I tweeted it a bit better than yesterday, at any rate. How are you doing? Where was I? I lost track. I blame it on you, Dalek. Shame on you, Dalek. Shame on you. I'm kidding. I love you, man. And then I came here. Yeah. And then I came here to hide, but the door got stuck, and I didn't know when it would be safe outside. You're good? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Everything is fine here as well. Yeah, because you tweeted it this... Yeah, exactly. I tweeted it a bit better this time. I actually cared to say, hey, I'm actually going live. I forgot about it yesterday, so I might as well just, write it down. I actually read it, the tweet, like half an hour in advance, and I was ready to send it whenever I started going live. And when I did go live, I actually remembered. Miracle, I know. Sometimes miracles do indeed happen. Who are the hungry people? The ones outside. They don't stop or die, but they eat. Where's your family? At the house. Mother told me to hide and not let anyone in. Then I heard a lot of noise, fighting and yelling, and her eyes glaze over. And then Mother told me to open the door again, but she didn't sound right. You need to get out of here. Is it safe? Are the hungry people out there? It's still dangerous, but the path to the main gate should be clear. Run for it. I won't let anything catch me, I promise. Don't make those promises too soon, child. And level up for Neffy. And Mr. Dalek. Mr. Dalek, thank you so much for the retweet and the like on my tweet. Much appreciated. Ah!
I won't go down so easily.
Ow. 132 pierce damage. Ow. We did get ourselves an iridescent scarab figurine rather. It summons an Adra beetle. That's actually pretty useful. We should actually put it here. Alongside with, well, Adair has the... Actually, let's give it to Ven. Like that. Venny-chan.
What is it?
Yes.
Easy does it.
Alright, let's see if there's any other trap. Hopefully not. There's some gold pieces here. Perfect. There's some more silver pieces here. Perfect. Let's go! That trap, though. My god, that trap hurt a lot. That trap hurt a ton. Okie dokie. There's, as I said earlier, there was some camping supplies that we can take out here. We're gonna rest here for the night. Yeah, I know, it's very nice to rest in a graveyard, but what can you do about it? Damage versus flanked. Yeah, that's fine. Damage versus flanked. Heal multiplier. How about you go with Vessel? Accuracy versus Vessel. Damage versus flanked, heal multiplier, heal multiplier. Also, you can go with Vessel. As I explained earlier, Vessels are basically zombies. The thing is crawling with zombies, so might as well go with those bonuses,
You'll never know
right?
I'm here.
Okie dokie. Let's go slowly here now. As I check my thing here. Okay, everything's fine. Okay, we're good. Everything is cool. Ripple Sponge. Okay, so this is actually a food buff. For 600 seconds, 10% maximum endurance, 25 defense against poison, disease, attacks for 600 seconds, -4 resolve. And Ripple Sponge Crash after 600 seconds, whatever that is. But it's a buffer. Okay, let's go into this house and see if there is anyone inside. Hello. Give it some time, loading screens and all that jumbo. Take some time. Ah, there we go. Hello. There's a lady, Ikantha. A woman bends over a roaring fireplace, feeding a splintered chair leg into it. As you get closer, you notice something unnatural about her. A certain pallor to her skin, a lack of movement beneath her flesh, even when her arms execute deft, efficient movements. And then you see the puckered flesh, ragged and bloodless, over her heart. A natural creature. We should correct it, send it scampering back to the foulest depths of animancy from whence it came.
It's rude to stare, you know. Don't worry. I've no mind to start anything with you. After all, I've stayed in such good shape by choosing my meals carefully.
She laughs to herself. I saw you in a vision. There's something you need to do for me.
Believe me, I've heard that line before.
Yeah, kind of. Actually, come to think of it, saying that to a lady that you just encountered is pretty awkward, isn't it? Who are you?
A survivor, by the grace of my own careful preparations. When I heard the claws scrabbling at the door outside, I took care of matters myself. And since then, I've been careful to keep myself fresh and fed.
Do you know what happened here?
An incredible act of animancy, of a magnitude this part of the world likely hasn't seen since Engwithan times. Someone found something very powerful and ancient, and I'd bet my own preserved life it wasn't Aldhelm or his lovely assistant.
So if you can if you heard my explanation earlier, I assume that she is pretty much a vampire. She kept her soul in a dead body. I still don't understand why this district is full of walking corpses. She speeds from the fire to face you, because someone found a way to tether their souls to their bodies. Don't you see? She taps her skull with an impatient finger. So when the heart stops beating, when the blood stops flowing, their bodies still animate, and with a newfound hunger. She turns back to the fire. Those that can feed it with living flesh and essence stay strong and sharp. Those that can't degenerate quickly. Tell me what you know about this Aldhelm. His name barely merits repeating. He's a charlatan who liked to dig up pretty artifacts and call himself a scholar. The pity with animancy these days is that just about anyone can claim to be an expert. I see. She smirks. I truly doubt that. Oh, wow. Roasted. Thanks, lady. Thanks. Much appreciated there. It's time for me to get going. Okay, so for now, this is pretty much everything we can do. However, we can go here, and yeah, there is a door here, but before we do that, let's see if maybe there's some traps.
Why not?
Go, Ivan. Go, Ivan!
There,
we
done.
go. More gold for us. Can you
Why
unlock
not?
the door?
There, done.
Thanks, Ivan. Alright, let's go. Oh, Neffy leveled up. Gotta level him up. Hello? You're not one of Ikanta's servants. Please, you've got to get us out of here before she feeds on us. What happened to you? We're just groundkeepers. When the district fell into chaos, Ikanta took us in. Said we'd be safe until the knights got things under control. Instead, she locked us in here. Every week, one of those monsters who serves her comes in and takes one of us away. Oh boy. I don't know what she's doing, but sometimes we can hear the screams. Please, get us out of here. The way out of the district should be safe. Go now. Thank you. We'll never forget this. So, Ikantha, to preserve her life, pretty clearly, if you didn't understand, is eating humans. One perception. Oh, what? Oh my god, a wild Ivan has been spotted. My god, can I poke you? Can I poke you? Can I? I'm poking you right now, Ivan. I'm poking you. My god, you exist? Your presence still is like physical in this world? Bro, I haven't seen you in a while. Where you been? Where you been, man? How are you doing? Hope the day's treating you well. Also, you're in the party, don't worry, you're still kicking ass. Granted, a trap murdered you instantly earlier, because you were too garbage to find it, but, you know, I guess that's a deal. Okay, so let's see, who has bonus to perception in their items? I have bonus to perception for days. He does not. No, he does. Okay. Ivan, do you have a bonus to perception? No, but I believe... Well, let's see first. You have some good gloves, right? Yeah, you have gloves of dexterity. Seems like it, for the time being. Your internet's fucked. Ouch! Then I understand, I guess. That's something that I understand. If internet dies, then I guess you can hardly do anything, and I assume that the... Well, a box just fell off. They gave me a new router and it's shitting itself. but they don't work on Sunday, so I can't get it fixed yet. Yeah, I understand that. I assume that ISP providers down there are as garbage as they are up here. It wouldn't surprise me at any rate. It really wouldn't. Why is it every time the ISPs here in the Balkans give you a new router, shit hits the fan immediately and shit stops working? So I assume that now you're on mobile data or something like that, or are you just temporarily available, or is just the router not behaving all the time? So it looks like... Then, do you have perception bonus? No, it doesn't look like it. You have 11 perception. We're gonna give you the perception gloves then. Yeah, it works. Good. Well, I'm hoping that it's just randomly disconnecting. That's really weird. Random disconnects. But if it works, it means that it must be something very... Let me think. What could be... Granted, I'm gonna preface the fact that I don't know anything about how internet works. I don't know what a router is, I don't know what a modem does, I don't know what the cable does physically. I don't know any of that. Any of that is mumbo-jumbo to me. But if it is working, it means that there is a connection. But why is the connection dropping is the question, right? I don't know. Data loss, temporary data loss or something like that. Well, as long as it keeps working, I guess it's fine, but I hope, I trust that it will keep working forever, of course. That is my hope as your friend. Because, quite honestly, I was actually talking to Neffy yesterday, I believe, and we were mentioning how you disappeared all of a sudden. And I'm actually bummed. I'm actually bummed that you haven't been around for a couple of days, because your presence, like the lack of your presence is actually felt. No, Kappa, it's genuine. I mean it genuinely, Ivan, really. You're one of those people that it's hard to do without for too long. Be it in Squilla's chat or someplace else, really. Now, on the other hand, Neffy leveled up. My god, does he look ugly? Alright, let's level up his athletics. Extra health. And he gets level 4 spell, so that's gonna be high. Boiling Spray does damage in a 9.24 meter cone. Calling the World's Maw is really good. Wait, does he get Crushing Wave? Is this Overwhelming Wave? This is actually really cool, but I think it's a friendly fire. Hailstorm, I believe, is pretty good. Wicked Briars. Is this the one that creates a very long wall of Wicked Briar? Sprouts thick thorny vines from the ground, causing pierce damage and hobbling any in the area of effect. No, it's not the one that I thought. Form of the Delemgan. Age damage reduction, pierce, corrode, crush, shock, slash, 1 move speed, 25 defense, and when disengaging immunity to stuck. Wow. My Kappa is genuine too. Heart. Thanks, Ivan. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Alright, let's go on. There is a tower to cleanse. Well, I say tower, it's actually a pillar. It's where the game gets the title from. Here it is, right here. You see it? It's an Adra pillar. And Adra is forever, so 1 + 1 = 2, in this case, Pillar of Eternity. Does it make any sense? No, probably not. Hello, Mr. Dragules. Okay, everyone is going into fight. I'm gonna use Carnage immediately. I'm gonna see how this works. And while at it, Van already has enough focus to cast Silent Scream. We could go with Pain Block, but let's go with Silent Scream. But you can cast it even on your own characters. That's funny. Oh, I attack really fast now. Wow. I attack nearly as fast as Ivan, I believe. That's great. This is good. This is fun. Hola! Hola, how you doing, Hola? Hola at you. I'm holaing at you. How you doing? Sorry for not noticing your message earlier. Because you have the same name color as Ivan, I confused the two names, unfortunately. What are you? Also, I'm confusing the controls of this game with Anno 1404 right now. So, that's not great. How are you doing, Hola? I hope the day's treating you well. Down south, if I can define you. Well, I guess both you and Ivan are down south from my location, so Technically, yeah. Technically. Well, it depends from which perspective you're... Ivan is here, yes. He's alive. Believe it or not, Ivan is alive. Just yesterday we were talking about how we missed him. Right, Hola? Right? Right, Kappa. Well, hopefully he's gonna return to shitpost soon. But he's been having some internet issues as he has defining them. He's been defining them. Hopefully he's still here. Hopefully he's still... Oh, there's a chest. Let's go there. Go with Neffy. He leaves, indeed.
Well,
Ivan indeed leaves. Not only in chat,
yeah.
Ivan also leaves in game here. Ivan of Jesus.
Yes.
Okay. So we do have some skeletal wizards here. This is gonna be interesting. Let's position our party accordingly. We're gonna probably be... Whoa! There's... Holy Mother of God! That's a lot of them. How much damage does this do? This does 37 to 52. What about this? But I believe this one is much better. This one is the one that the ogres were using last time. Now we're gonna go with the hail. Okay, this is an area of effect friendly fire. This... Jesus Christ, that area of effect though. Okay, let's have Ivan and my character rage. Durance, point your finger. You know, the classic. Van, shoot, shoot. Shoot, shoot. Holy fuck, look at the... Poof. Well, when you have a bad day and you get a bit frosted, you then get dogged. Oh, my character, could you please go there? Thank you. Uh-oh. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, go with the area effect. Heal. Perfect. Just disengage, man. It's fine. You guys attack. It's all fine. This is good.
Leave it to me.
We're destroying these fools. These fools are getting wrecked. All sorts of wrecked. Up and down. Oh, there's another guy here. Hello. There we go. We just completely cancelled these guys out of existence. Good. Good. Perfect. Why am I getting hungry? I just ate some lunch. What is wrong with my body? Body, stop being hungry. It's not cool. I'm not cool with that. We got a grappling hook out of that. Okay, so we're at the base of the pillar. Or also called tower here in this case. And we're gonna, for the first time, climb one such tower. It's gonna be pretty interesting. The massive stone door of the tower is sealed, and there doesn't appear to be any way of opening it. Speak the words you learned from the Latin key acolyte. If you remember when we talked with her, she gave us the information. She rallied the information because she believed that we were actually from the Latin key. We were faking ourselves as a member. You hear rumbles and clangs from hidden tremblers, and the door unlocks. Pretty self-explanatory, right? All right, let's enter the tower and see what kind of future the tower holds for us. Dropped frames 15. And there he is. A wild Ivan approaches and says hello to Hola. Hola, Hola! Okay, so there's a bunch of Draguls here, but I don't like this guy. This guy is pretty nasty. I don't like those skeletons. Okay, you go against this Dragul. You just attack with Hunis, Kunis, Tunis. Oh, Ivan has been intercepted by Draguls. That's unfortunate. Yo, Ivan, can you kick this out? He's actually just gonna murder them. That's also fine. You two guys attack. Ben, have you shot yet? I guess you have, but you missed. That's fine. Okay, Ivan, now go against the base, please. My guy's getting all sorts of wrecked, but that's also fine. Why is it there not attacking? There we go. This is fine. Oh, my character is dead. Oh no, he's actually fine. No, he's dead. Okay. What has happened there? I don't know. I've been confused a bit. Sorry, this battle phased me out a bit. We're gonna... Can we reload the autosave? Let's reload the autosave just in case. I got a bit confused there for a moment. Sorry, guys. Make the chat golden again. Gold, 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 gold. Even with the squill hearts. Even the squill hearts make it golden. Gold shade hype. Okay, you go there. Enrage. Enrage. Point fingers. Attack. Van, can you attack the mage? I'm gonna be coming in close enough. Well, we can actually circle around and start attacking the mage. That's gonna be good enough. Okay, now Van, attack this guy really quick. You haven't gotten the thing that I wanted. You haven't gotten any bonus from it. That's fine. Ivan is getting hurt. Not too terribly, I don't think. No, he's fine. Ivan is doing fine. Okay, much better this time around.
Yeah?
A bit of management gets us far away. Just a tiny bit. I think my character is not auto-attacking simply because the AI is not triggered on. Yeah, the AI can be triggered on just for the auto-attack, I guess. That's acceptable. Alright. Durance almost died there in the end, but I don't care about that too much.
They'll never know I'm here.
As long as we survive, it's fine. Okay, there's a table. There's some notes. Crumpled page from Aldhelm's journal. Day 7. A week of study, and we're still none the wiser about the device. Trindig remains optimistic. I don't know what I'd do without his spirit. Trinding's letter. Dearest mother and father, you will be pleased to hear that I've learned much already since coming to the city. There are many incredible ruins near, and Master Greg has allowed me to accompany him on a number of expeditions. I am writing to you from inside an ancient and wooden tower. There's an entire district built up around it, but the locals have mostly left the tower untouched. They have let us set up temporary living quarters here, so our work can continue uninterrupted. It is an unsettling place at times, but Master Greg has been a constant comfort, and he's quick to remind me that things we learn from the tower may one day help us find a cure for Whiteman's legacy. I'd better get some rest now. Mr. Greg likes to get an early start to the day. All my love. Trinding. Okay. My phone vibrated there for a moment. What happened? What happened? Someone followed me on Twitter. Okay. Cool. Thanks. I don't know you, but I love you. Okay, so there is 2 wizards here that we don't really like a lot. Let's save the game. We're gonna send it there forward. Maybe he's gonna be enough to draw the aggro of the wizards, while Ivan and my character maybe circle around. Let's see. Yes, looks like it's gonna work out for us. Okay, can Van... Oh, ow, 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 ow. That hurt. It's fine though. We're fine. Let's stun this guy. Okay, the wizards are down. Ivan and my character took care of them, no problem. Perfect. And just attack. Perfect! Good job. Good job. Good job, guys. Very, very well done. Okay.
Well?
More money. How much money do we have right now? We have 27,000. Wow. All of a sudden we are rich.
So look at this.
What? It's a potion of Langless displayed image. Alright. Some upgrade materials too. Fantastic. Fantastic! Hello. Okay, there's some more wizards here. Can we maybe draw the aggro of the wizard? Uh-oh. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, it's fine. Enrage. Ivan, attack. Ven, attack too when you can. Ven attacked well. Do damage to the Revenant. We're just cutting through their lines as if this was a joke. My god.
As you wish.
I think we're a tiny bit over leveled for this area, but that is fine.
Well?
At level 10, my character, I'm probably gonna... Well, level 9. Let's make it level 9, my character. We're gonna start with the DLC. Page from Aldhelm's journal. Day 2. We've completed our measurements of the machine. Thanks to Triding's youthful agility, further examination is required to discover its intended use. Okay. And that's pretty much floor 1 completed. Let's save the game and go to floor 2. Good progress thus far, good progress. 46 minutes into the stream, we're almost done with this quest already, actually. It's a pretty short quest overall, but Sometimes you can get stuck if you don't know what to do exactly, I guess. Bunch of Dragools shouldn't cause me too many issues. There doesn't seem to be any wizard around, which is always welcome, of course.
Hey there.
Then use Amplified Thrust on my character. Holy mother of Amplified Thrust. Okay. How far away is Gunis from leveling up? Just out of interest. 6 damage. Okay. Well,
Easy does it.
I guess that's something. So I believe that's gonna be the next level. Is gonna be the last level as well. Sigil of the Arcane grants Arcane Dampener once per rest, as well as 1 intellect. So what does Arcane Dampener do? Beneficial effect suspended for 15 seconds from target. That's not bad. Okay, and there is another note. Letter from Ikantha. Aldhelm, I did indeed receive your recent summons, as well as 2 that came before it. I'd been waiting for you to present yourself on my doorstep so that I can give you my answer in person, a firm and unwavering no. I won't help you. In fact, I relish the idea of you and your team of glorified engineers sitting in that tower, sweating over the runes I've studied for years. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than knowing that my research, which you've long disparaged, is the missing piece in your mundane little puzzle. As you well know, it is knowledge I've always valued. I'm just around the corner. I encourage you to find me should you wish to rehash this conversation in person. Yours truly, Ikantha. Okay, so let's see. Who could be finding a benefit from that intellect bonus? We do have Hermit Hat, which gives us 2 intellect. Of all people, probably Nephi, if he doesn't have anything yet. Let's see. Does Nephi have anything that increases his intelligence? No. What about Ven? Ven does have the Rundle's Finery. Okay, so we're gonna give the ring to Nephi, because he is a spellcaster, and as such, you want to give spellcasters that intellect bonus for greater area of effect. Right now, at 20 intellect, he has 60% area of effect. That's incredible. Absolutely. Oops. I did not really want to end Sneak there, but it's fine as it is. These Revenants are a joke. Yeah, these guys are Bush League for us right now. That's fine. Whoa! Oh, Gerd Hennestein is leveled up! Perfect. Oh, there is 1 further level? So what does it do now? Now it's 20% raw damage, 10% chance to cast hit, dominate on hit or critical hit, accurate +4. So accuracy 15%, plus 15 accuracy and 15% damage. 20% chance to cast Restore Shapeshift on hit or critical hit. Really? So you can use Shapeshift twice. Like you Shapeshift, you shift away. You can cast it. Wow, that's actually really good for druids. Cause Dominated Affliction 15 times with Gerd Hennestein to unlock the next level. We can do that. Okay, so there is a further level for Gerd Hennestein. Followed page from Aldhelm's Journal. Day 10. Patrons grow impatient with the lack of quantifiable results. They should drag themselves out of their mansion to spend a few nights here if they think it's so easy. Or maybe you're just a fool, Aldhelm. How about that? How does that sound to you, sir? A couple more Revenants and Dragools. Nothing that can really hurt us, I don't think. Yeah, this should be pretty much a joke, in my opinion, this fight. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Ivan, can you rage too? Yes, you can. Bam. Okay, Nephi, you just continuously shoot with Gerd Hennestein. I'm pretty sure they're all immune to dominate, as it is. But that doesn't matter. We are kicking some serious ass here. Holy moly. I'm having fun. Ivan, are you proud of yourself? Your character is killing things for once. It's not true, actually. Oh, he's still alive. It's not really true, actually. You've been killing a lot ever since you've been created, so I shouldn't really complain. But I do like to bring you down a notch just because your ego is already pumped to Zeppelin levels. Alright, another one. Day 11 finally got out of the tower to clear our heads. Beast-sake the patron will finish the study on our own terms, on our own time. Just as I said as much to Trining. The sky came to life with stray lightning. I said it's good omen, but the poor lad spooked. Only cure for that is a good night of sleep. Is it? Is it really, mister? Any trap here, Ivan? Do you see any traps? I guess not. There's a book, Animals in the Modern Age. More lore to read in need. In time of need, we can read more lore. Bubbling, pounding energy in the machine feels even stronger up here. Perfect. Let's go up! Let's go upstairs! I believe this is gonna be the last floor already. Yeah, we're on the top of the tower. And if you recognize this egg, as you should.
Still nothing. Confounded device.
Standing near the device feels like being blown about by a storm gale. The stone steps hum with energy. So this is just like after the tutorial stage, there was one such device there at the first ruins at Silently's. A man hunches over the strange mechanism, his spine a sharp ridge rising from his arched back. He's barely clothed in filthy rags, and the patches of skin you see are mottled green. A spoiled stench emanates from him. He's so intent on his work that he doesn't notice you until your shadow falls over him. When he turns and sees you, he snarls and scuttles behind the other pedestal. Only his bared teeth seem to have escaped decay. His eyes are yellowed and bloodshot, but they flicker with intelligence. He averts his gaze and holds a hand in front of his face.
Shouldn't be here. What do you want?
Who and what are you?
15 years at Brackenbury. 7 tours to the ruins beyond Solace Vale. I'm an animancer. Still an animancer.
Tell me what happened to you.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He smashes a fist into the other pillar. He shakes a hand. His hands make a crunching noise but doesn't bleed.
Forgive me. Forgive me. Research. We came to do research on the tower. Some commission from gods. It hardly matters now.
Stick to the present. When did the disaster start?
Something happened on our 11th night. Lights in the sky and a static charge in the air. But we were so careful. We were staying in the chambers below. Trindig, my assistant, said he saw a robed figure lurking around the tower. Wore a mask. Carried knives at his sides. A trick of shadows, I told him. The next morning, we felt strange. Like we hadn't eaten in weeks. So dazed that we didn't at first notice the blood around our beds. The strange wounds that had appeared overnight. And the machine. This cursed spire. Dormant for 2,000 years. Lifeless through hundreds of our experiments, and we wake that morning to find it spinning on its own! On its own! How can we stop what we couldn't start? Years I've been doing this. Years. I know how these things work, but I don't know how this happened. Nowhere to go. That's the problem. Their souls are trapped here like flies in a jar, clinging to rotting meat.
Slow down. What does the machine have to do with souls?
No time to slow down. But I can explain. Hold a magnet over iron splinters and they stick, yes? Rub your hand over weir wool and the hair of your head will follow it. So it is with this machine.
He looks at you and runs his tongue along the edges of his fine, strong teeth. He quickly looks away.
It has the power to manipulate souls, but why? For what? And how many others lie buried in the ruins of Erglonfoth? No. Focus on this one. It's imprisoned our souls in our bodies. Cut the root between essence and flesh. Left a dwindling soul stuck in a shriveling husk.
You're not like the ghouls in the street.
Not yet. But I will be. My body is dead. My soul, imprisoned in this corpse, only makes it seem otherwise. And as the body decays, so does the mind. Until nothing is left but the hunger. The only way to forestall the process is through a regular infusion of essence. Living flesh is the only ready supply. I'm not proud of any of it. Hunting men and women in the early days of the affliction. Picking off soldiers that came to investigate. But I'd do it again. I'll do it as long as I must to end this disaster. You could help. Help me end this. Help me find sustenance.
How can I help?
Not your help I need. It's Harridan, shrew. Squanders her research on frivolities, then refuses to make herself useful. Runes. The runes are the last part of the puzzle. Acantha knows them. She gives them to you, and you can turn the machine off. Release our souls.
I can't. I'm more like I can't. Ha! Sorry. She wasn't here the night the machine came on, staying with her patrons somewhere near. Too good to be burdened with our ignorant company. You haven't even read her letter, have you? What happened to the rest of your team?
By the time I realized what had happened, the district had already been sealed. So we fed when we needed, and locked ourselves in the tower to work. And then there came a time when the hunger struck, and there was hardly anyone left.
There was a stranger in the tower the night this happened.
I didn't see him. My assistant, he saw him. We laughed. Said he was spooked by the cemetery. Perhaps it was already too late. I don't know what he did. But by morning the machine was on and we were slain. People were already on the streets, complaining of neighbors and family members acting strangely.
Oh shit, it's Turco. Hello, El Turco 38, the Turk Lord Vapenir, the Vape Lord Turknir, the 38 near, the Abuse Modnir, the Mod Abuse near, whatever you want to call him. Hello, how are you doing, Turco? And welcome to my stream. Hope the day's treating you well. We're just reading some lore here. Or rather, we're just discussing some lore here with this duder. Alright, I'll get the words from Acantha.
Yes. Acantha. She was here. In the district. Probably here still. Always prepared. Clever lady, that one. And perhaps you bring me something. Something to keep me sharp. Then I show you a secret about the machine. Something to make you strong.
How about we don't do that? Will he accept urines? Wow. Insert. Like that, yeah. How are you doing, Turco? How are you doing, my friend? We're just doing some Pillars of Eternity. I was about to say, BRB, I have a good idea. I wanted to create a command, but then I realized I can't. Oh! Well, if Neffy was here, he would do it for you, but Neffy is not here. Oh, snap! Oh, I'm surprised by Turco's presence as well. Well, to be honest, so am I. I haven't seen Turco in a while. Well, that's incorrect. I saw him yesterday's Squilla stream for a very brief amount of time. I'm pretty fine, thank you, Turco. I'm doing pretty fine. It's a fine Sunday. It's been 7 days in a row now that I've streamed, which is a record for me. I believe, well, it's technically 8 days in a row. It's been a full week of streaming, but there has been a stream last Sunday, which was the one that we ended at 3 a.m. And before that, Saturday I haven't streamed. No, Saturday I have not streamed. So 8 days in a row now streaming. Fuck Neffy, the FFF bitch. Well, I'll have you know that Neffy doesn't have an F in his name. He has a P and H in his name, so he's not an FFF bitch. He might have used to be an FFF bitch, but now he's no longer an FFF bitch. He's like the main counter supporter of the FFF, you know? I don't think he is. I don't think he is into that kind of mumbo jumbo. What? Turco, thank you so much for that host. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. Like everyone host, everyone presence in the chat here, every comment in the chat. Just coming here for the bare second, you know, just so that viewer number kicks up a notch. That's already enough for that's already enough to give me a warm fuzzy feeling in my heart. Thank you, man. No, he just became one. How did he become one? When did he become one? I didn't look. I didn't see him become one. What are you talking about? Explain this wild theory to me, please. There, that's a nice man who helped me. And thank the Iron Arm for it. I was knocking on the door. I apologize. Thank the Iron Arm for it. We'll get you sorted out at the KIP. Alright. So we did get major reputation with Knights of the Crucible and Defiance Bay, which is nice. Now what did I want to do? I have coffee. Coffee! Delicious coffee! Ah, great. My god. I have an addiction. I have a problem. I should stop drinking coffee, man. I have 19 perception and 19 intelligence? My god. Oh yeah, I want to see reputation as well as my own reputation. Party reputation, Defiance Bay ally, Gilded Vale champion, Durford Village neutral, Knight of the Crucible champion, the Dawson's eccentric, faintly mixed, House Dovenal hero, moderately good. That's not bad actually, that's pretty good. So, number one feature of FFF members is that they have at least one doppelganger, in his case, Nephilim MX. You can look that up in Discord. There is a problem. Alpha Sauce! Thank you so much for that follow! I don't know why the little green thing didn't appear. Van, hello! But Alpha Sauce, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to my stream. Much appreciated, man. This is so big for me at this early in the streams. Thank you so much again. Also, Van, hello! You came home! Welcome back, Van! Welcome back to the streams! You realize that SL1 characters are best to start with? What are you talking about? What level are you now? I am level 8 with mostly all the NPCs in my character and level 7 with the created characters. Durance has a bit of a kick in experience because he was doing a quest. Van and Dalek are here. Good old times, right guys? Wait, what are you talking about? Soul level 1 characters now all of a sudden, Turco? Also, about Neffy's doppelganger. Yes. There is a problem with that. Neffy is a pretty common name. It's also because Driver Neffy as a character is from Fallout New Vegas, Turco. You followed me to Krapkan? Oh yeah, Krapkan has been out hosting me for a while now. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Krapkan is super cool. I should hang out in his stream more often, but I don't get the time to, unfortunately, because of stream hours. But thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. Well, I'm 12 or 13 or so. Yeah, but you're also late game. I'm just in Heritage Hill now, so keep in mind that. Also, I'm pretty slow, Van. I'm pretty goddamn slow, unfortunately. 12 or 30, so that's pretty much super late game now at this point. If you don't do the expansion, that's end game already. Now, where am I going out of this place? I don't have to go out. I have to go talk to Ikantha. I don't fucking care. He's an FFF bitch. Don't shout like that, Turco. Calm down. This is fine. This is fine. He is no FFF bitch. FFF is merely a blossoming concept. They're not a threat to you. They're not a threat to me. They're not a threat to anyone. Have I made myself perfectly clear? I hope I did. I love you, Turco.
You return. What if you come seeking this time?
Say, I need the wards that operate the Inquisition machine in the tower.
That fool Aldhelm. He sent you, didn't he? I can hardly believe he's had the cleverness to survive. That simpleton thinks he can understand how to use something without understanding what it is, or why it is.
Remind me, what is Beraf's quest again? Is it the one about the duel with the animals? Is that Beraf's quest, or is that Galloway's quest? I forget. I'm forgetting what Beraf's quest is. And then you have, yeah, expansions and Odd Nua left. Well, Odd Nua can be a bit risky, but I guess at this level you probably can clear the first 10 levels pretty simply. But there is one level I remember later on, I believe it's level 11 or level 9 or something, that has a ton of those dickwad goblin-like... Well, they're like the advanced forms of goblins. What were they called again? Adragans? Yes, I believe Adragan is the name. There is a level in Odd Nua with a ton of Adragans, and those are possibly some of the fiercest enemies in the game. I hate those guys. You know, the PvP soul level meta is 125, so that is 124 level ups from the beginning, and from FE a mage you have 112 level ups, because soul level is already 12. Ah, okay. You're killing 2 dudes. Okay. Killed 2 dudes. One's in Blood Sands. Oh! Okay, yeah, that's the... yeah, I remember that. Bri, spam amplified wave. 10-second prone. Amplified wave. Yeah, just recently you got level 7 here in my game, and I gave you 2 more spells that do... One of which is actually a buff. It's a 10 damage reduction buff as well as a heal over time. And the other one is an area of effect, damage, and a stun to target. It doesn't even affect your allies, so it's pretty goddamn solid.
He dabbles with ancient and powerful devices, with all the finesse of a blacksmith. He sends you here to petition me for aid after years of disparaging my research. I'll bet he didn't even tell you the tower's name, did he? That's his problem. Always looking for solutions without caring for meaning.
As for the PvP meta, well, I cannot really tell you much about that, Turco. I know it's 125, but I guess you always want to start lowest level possible so you can level up as much as you can. What was the currency here? Humble, or rather, what was the command? I believe is humble brag. No, wait, what is it? Brag. Yeah, humble brag is the command. Bragging rights is the currency. That's correct. Officially, my bot and I are the only 2 people that have ranked up. Officially, I have streamed for 50 hours as of yesterday. So technically speaking, I and my bot have leveled up. Neffy is 2nd, and 3rd is Ven. Wow, 4 hours, Turco, 4 hours. You can do absolutely nothing with them. For now. Even Dalek has more humble brags than you do, Turco. For fuck's sake. Come on. And Dalek is busy. He has a job. Oh my god, it's Stay Plus! Stay Pike, the Pike Plus! How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing? Hope the day's treating you well. I've heard that you've been playing some For Honor yesterday, or what? Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I don't remember. I haven't caught your stream, though. I don't know why. Oh, I remember. Normanote was streaming and then I fell asleep. And you said that you would stream, right? Was that it? I think that was it. You has a job. The Dalek has a job. It's probably enslaving humankind. Do you want to teach me how to PvP? I cannot teach you how to PvP, Turco, because I cannot PvP in Dark Souls 3 because I've been banned in Dark Souls 3. Okay? The problem in Heritage Hill are bigger than your rivalry, Hekantha. What do I care? I prepared myself for an eventuality such as this, and I can assure you those dwindling souls in the street are beyond caring as well. Humble Aldham now by demonstrating the value of your research. My silence demonstrated more succinctly. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Your words fan the strange coals at the center of her room. Tell me more of the name.
Ter Nuneth.
Of the tower's name.
It's called Ter Nuneth. They built the machine atop it to contain souls, hold them in place. But the others I've seen, machines scattered all over the Dyrwood, are relays, built to move souls.
Staples doesn't have audio, but will hang out for a bit? Well, now can insult him. Fucking Staples. He stinks. He's garbage. He doesn't even play games right. He's absolutely shit. No, I'm kidding, actually. I love the man. Those were all lies, by the way. He's super cool. He's super nice. Like, I've never seen him get angry at anything. He was fighting Dark Lurker, Soul Level 1, for like 5 hours last time. He was getting insane, but he still was super kind to everyone. He was never salty at all in all those hours. Super cool guy, really. You should follow him. He has some cool content. I guess For Honor now also. Some Neo, some Dark Souls 2 Soul Level 1. He's really good at Dark Souls. So aside from the big one, is the only pillar you deactivated. Is this the only pillar? I haven't deactivated this one yet, technically. I haven't deactivated nothing thus far, Van. I have... this is the first quest of the free quests in starting Defiance Bay. I haven't even spoken to Lady Webb yet. How do you operate the machine atop here? No, Nuneth.
Back to these Tinker's concerns. And what would you do with these tethered souls if I told you?
I'll release them.
So you say. And just what would you release them to? They'd abandon their existence here for another somewhere else, equally aimless and meaningless.
Not really. I could help you, but I won't. Here I have a specimen of a plenty, and time enough to observe them all. It's every scientist's dream. My answer is no. You're dead. Why does any of this matter? Because my research will outlive me, I'll have time and opportunity enough to accomplish more than any animancer in the history of the field. Activate it. What, mate? Stay plus what? What are you even talking about? You didn't deactivate Silent Lease, and you don't deactivate the Bling Blong Relan. Yeah, you just deactivate this one. This is pretty much the only one, because this one operates differently. As I said, this one is a receiver of souls. The other two are transmitters of souls. They transmit. But we'll discover that, I believe, soon enough in the future. And who will... oh wait, because my research will outlive me and I'll have time and opportunity enough to accomplish more than any animancer in history of the field. And who will know about it? The pride thing flickers and the flames around it abate. All I've learned, years of studying the Ingwithan language, no one understands it better than me. That counts for something. Knowledge is meaningless unless it's shared. Something that the Sith don't do in Star Wars, do they now? A foolish and false sentiment. Knowledge is meaning. It needs no external purpose. But your opportunities are finite. One day, that knowledge will die with you. The pride hisses and sputters. It's little more than embers now. You're wrong! But there is no conviction in her voice. I'll build it forever. I'll cling to it. I'll cling to it. Then... that will give me something. Teach me what you know. I'll make sure that it grows and your legacy lives on. Your words finally quench her pride, and all that remains is a blackened diamond hard rock. You cast it away where it melts into the darkness.
So be it. My studies and efforts shall grow through yours.
Now let me catch up here. Feck, I'm at school, and this is probably university level in some countries. You're at school on Sundays, Turco? Dude, if I had time, I'd be doing all the no-hit runs. I've become pretty good at them. Well, are you gonna stream, Turco? Are you gonna do the streams? I don't do them in particular. I just go in the boss fight, and I realized I don't get hit too often. Oh wow. I like Dancer 1 hit, DSA 3 hits, Meatballs Fridas up to 10 hits, Twincest 5 hits maximum, Judge Gander 43, Udex Gander 43 hits. Wow. If you started doing them, then you'd be pretty damn good. I hope so. Alright, so apparently Turco is pretty good at no-hitting bosses at any rate. Well, you can try streaming. I mean, I would watch you, Turco.
These are the words you need.
1 second, I'm gonna drink the coffee and then I'm gonna listen to her. No. Okay, sorry about that. Her cold, dry fingertips rest on your temples, and you feel her reaching into your mind, forming images from the darkness. Runes flash to your head, but they are no longer just pictures. They have meaning, and you understand them. They're commands. Something triggers in your mind, a distant memory unearthed from a past life long since buried. You can see a vast array of runes, far more than Icantha has shown you, and you know their sound and their meaning and how they fit together, the language of Engwith, once more at your command.
Something has awakened in your mind. You understand far more than I ever did. Take this knowledge then, and do what you will with Ter Nuneth. Now that you understand its purpose, it will serve you in whatever way you wish.
Technically no, but I have lessons on Sundays for 6 hours as well. That's fucking slavery. What the fuck? It's not Neffy Pike, it's Neff Pike. It's Neff Pike, Hola. It's just Neff Pike. Neff Pike. Alright? I don't get hype about the pikes though. How don't you get the hype of pikes, Turco? They're the greatest. They're the greatest, okay? Only they're shit, but they're the greatest. Certainly? What certainly? Did I tell her anything? Certainly what? What do I do with the tower now that I know these words?
Turn it off, I expect. That will be easy now that you can read the runes. The vessels would still roam, but striking them down would return their essence to the cycle. But be careful. That machine controls hundreds of souls, and that volume of essence could easily overload it. Improperly channeling the essence would destroy the machine along with the souls. It would be a terrible loss for posterity.
Yo, Van, what should I do? Should I actually just turn off the machine and let the souls go free, or should I use the souls to destroy the machine? I don't know, destroying it seems like it might do display some good. I think destruction is good, but at the same time you lose a lot of souls. The souls would be lost forever. They would never return to the cycle. You said the other towers around Dirwood were constructed to move souls. Why would the Inquisitors have wanted to do that? Another mystery. Hypothetically, anywhere they wished. The real question The real question, as always, is why. To intermix them the way a player shuffles his deck, the way a farmer rotates his fields, to collect them like butterflies under glass, to melt them down for raw essence. Unfortunately, I do not know. I let the souls free, so I wanna see you overload it. Okay, I'm gonna overload it. I do believe overload is the best. Is the best outcome for the second purpose of getting a better reputation. What? Norman out! Thank you so much for the host, my man. You've been streaming a long time tonight. You started at 1 a.m. I fell asleep at 3 a.m. watching you. I woke up at 8 a.m., you were still going, and Neffy was still there. What were you doing? Are you insane, Normonaut? Normonaut, super cool streamer. Go check him out. Follow him. He's been doing some of the Neos. He's really good at it. He's really good. Don't let him tell you otherwise. Every time someone hosts, you go, what? Because it surprises me, Van. The same noise. It surprises me. I'm sorry. It's not my bad. Now the problem is that I don't see the thing popping out. Usually the image pops out before the audio pops out. What I could do is, let me actually try this. I'm going to move the notification. No, don't do that actually. I'm gonna move the notification to the other corner. Maybe the top right, top left. I mean, let's go with top left. Let's see if top left works. We're gonna go with top left for now, and see if maybe that scares me a bit less, because now it's a bit closer to my gameplay monitor. Maybe that's gonna help. I did not record that. What? I just do it every time the same way. What? 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 It's always the same. What? Almost destroyed a glass there. Whoops. It also happens whenever there is a donation and whenever there is a follow. And no, it's not part of the audio clip. You can try. If you host me now, you're gonna see that. I will go like, what? How do you know so much about the tower? I read the runes like a journal. I understand their meaning. People like Aldhelm try to read them like instruction manuals. And in so doing, they miss their true meaning completely. I still don't understand why the Engwithans would want to build a machine that tethers souls. Perhaps they didn't. Perhaps that's why they built no other machines like this one. We now see the Engwithans as masters of soul manipulation, but they couldn't have attained their expertise without copious trial and error. Perhaps this was one such experiment. How do controls work? Harnessing the power of Ter knoweth is about understanding what it was designed to do. You know the words and their meanings, you can speak them, and the tower shall obey. What? Ark of the North! Thank you so much for that follow! I did not expect that, see? Now that I did not expect. Thank you so much for that follow, and welcome to my stream. I hope that you can find some entertainment here, and I hope the day's been treating you well. Whew, that surprised me. I did not see it. I did not see it. The position of the pop-up does not matter. I just don't see it. When I'm focused in the game, I don't see what's happening there. That is all, thank you.
Yes.
Alright, let's return to the tower now. What? Now I want an audio clip triggered by a command that goes, what? You want to, like, scare me even more, Normonaut? Also, you died a lot. I mean, a lot. I mean, yeah, you die a lot in that game. I mean, it's a pretty hard game from what I heard. You cannot kill a god. Just record it and play it every time someone does a thing. So you're saying that I should replace all of my notification with what? What? Eventually, once I get partnered, I'll just use that notification as my subscriber alert. How does that sound? Look, I have a kitty. There's a kitty now following me around. Hello, kitty. Rare prize, swift rage. And that was also one such moment, wasn't it? Only that I was dying afterwards. Crazy Neffy, man. Crazy. If you want to scare Loron, then donate money to him. No, that's not gonna scare me. That's gonna embarrass me, Van. You know that. Proceed to the top. I like scared too if you guys give me money. Exactly. Well, see, wait, you said that you will act scared? That's not nice, man. That's not nice at all. Hello, Aldhelm. Aldhelm looks much worse than before. His rotten flesh hangs loosely, and sores have eaten away patches of skins at his joints. See, that's my dyslexia. And sore eyes. I skipped a line there. He looks at you with a strange glimmer in his eyes.
Flesh.
He takes a tentative scuttling step towards you. He doubles over, coughing up strings of black bile. Ew. He seems to have forgotten about you for the moment. Okay. Let's activate the machine. A jagged Adra pillar rises in front of you, and then encased in stonework and run through with copper veins. The panel is covered with runes, which you can now understand. You recognize words for end and for hold. The dial is currently fixed on hold. You also recognize by an inscription that the manner in which you turn the dial is a means of throttling the device. We're going to maximize the machine's throttle in hopes of overloading the device. Uttering a command, you give the dial a violent twist. The moving spires spin faster and faster, wobbling from their axes. Is the plural of axes? Wait. Axis is plural of axes. I didn't think of that. The light filling the machine quickly becomes too bright to behold. You look away and cover your ears, but the thunderous crash that follows shakes the floor beneath you. When you look back, the machine is in ruins, never to be used again. Boom. There we go. Then undid it. Okay. What now? Yes. My reputation for defiance may indeed increase to hero.
Still and silent.
What is it?
It's finally over.
What the fuck? Money? I look just like Aldhelm. Wow, it's uncanny. No, you don't. Giant veiny pillar. Indeed. Indeed, it is a giant veiny pillar. You like your pillars giant and veiny, Normanot? I know you do. That is why I hang out in your chat. Okay, that's creepy. I apologize. So, how far into the game are you now in Neo, Normanot? Do you expect to be near the closing, or have you actually finished the game? That is probably a better appropriate question. Hello. Who are you? Ah, Dunridrow Messenger. I forgot that after the quest is complete, you get a messenger from Dunridrow. Beg your pardon. I have a message for you. You are summoned to Adrid House, where Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. Not much you can do in these parts without Lady Webb knowing about it. At least that's what I always heard. Guess it's true. How did you know where to find me? Well, it's Lady Webb. She knows everything. Tell me about Lady Webb. Do you not know about Lady Webb? She's, well, no one's seen her exactly in a long time, but she's the mistress of Dunridrow. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. He pauses, eyeing a passers-by with suspicion. There is no passers-by, everyone is dead. Quietly, he continues. She's supposed to be old, older than anybody, and she's never leaves her room. Some say she wasted away and she's just a pile of bones kept animated by dark magics. She's still at it, best anyone can tell, learning things, keeping us safe, pulling the strings behind the throne, too, it is said. Has a ring of ciphers doing her bidding, telling her everything that goes on. You do wrong in this country before you go asking the gods for forgiveness. Best you ask Lady Webb first. What's Dunridrow? A whole mess of ciphers run out the Hadrid House. They make it their business to keep the peace. But they don't like you to see them do it. Problems in the city always have a way of going away on their own. I cannot read, sorry. And when that happens, you can make a pretty good guess as to why. I have no idea how big the game is. I just beat a boss that was 90% bullshit. Well, as long as you beat him. You gotta run, we'll lurk AFK. Alright, thank you so much for hanging out and enjoy your lurks, Normanot. Thank you for coming, say hi. Have a good one, mate. Take care, dude. Yep, same to you, Normanot. Same to you. Lady Webb is the best. Lady Webb is love. Lady Webb is life. Easily. Give me a second here, I need to catch up to something. Alrighty, let's resume with the game. Where can I find Hadrid House? In Brackenbury, my lord, the southwest corner. You'll find the lady upstairs. Alright,
What is
I'll be
it?
there. I'll be ready! Okay, let's go to Hadrid House now. And before we do that, actually, we're gonna go to the Crucible Keep to finish the 2 quests that we've started, I believe. I believe we can talk to the girl that we saved in here, as well as... Hello, the tower. It's off! Does this mean that the curse of Heritage Hill is lifted? It wasn't a curse, but yes, the district is safe again. I think it'll be some time before anyone will be willing to settle in the district again, but at least we can get started on restoring it. Yep, sounds good to me. Right, let's go to First Fires first, into the Crucible Keep, and that's gonna be great. So apparently if you feed, what his name is, Aldhelm, if you feed him flesh during that quest, he will retain his sanity, and he will tell you how to absorb the souls of the tower, if I'm not mistaken. So that is also an alternative, an evil alternative, if you will. But I'm not sure how to do it. I've never done it, and I don't plan on doing an evil run in this game anytime soon. Honestly, it's not like it doesn't end... Like, there are quite a couple of things you can do that are pretty cruel and villainous in this game, but I'd never felt like playing that kind of role. Like right now, my character is very honest, benevolent, aggressive, diplomatic, passionate, rational, stoic. He's a bit of everything, actually. He's everything. But he's not cruel. Ah, I thought that was cruel. I guess I am aggressive too. Yeah, I misplaced cruel with aggressive. I'm aggressive, but not cruel. Fair enough. Which is interesting, because I have killed my share of people in the past. Huh. Alrighty, so we killed the captain in the form of a... Kewin Gula, or whatever you pronounce that name. Kewin Gula. So we can now return here, talk to Willa. That's what I give. It gives you a permanent stat increase, if I remember correctly. Okay, so that is another one that gives you a permanent stat increase. Also, hello, Orc of the North, and welcome to the chat of the stream. Yeah, I know that that could... and I know that there is another part of the quest in Skaean's Temple under Deerford Village. Can give you also... can give you also a stat increase if you sacrifice one of your party members. But I think Vancia told me that you need to be at least cruel. Killing people isn't necessarily cruel. That's true. Just aggressive. Yeah, just entering fight and killing them. I guess making them suffer would be crueler, right? Any news from Heritage Hill? The guards were chimed by the spirit of a woman named Lyra. I've gotten rid of her. Her tired eyes grow round. By the flame, you found her? My missing commander? She heaves a sigh and loses her gaze among the floor tiles. And she was calling to the watch from beyond the grave? It doesn't make sense, but nothing in this accursed district does. What happened to the soldiers under her spells? All your knights are dead. Train them better. No, we're not... See, this would be a cruel response, right? Train them better next time. Just fucking train them better. No, they didn't make it. So this would be cruel. I see. Nevertheless, thank you for your help. You've left me with as many questions as answers, but at least I know what happened to my troops. And Commander Lyra, please, accept this as a token of my gratitude. We just got some monies. Is there anything else we can do? Is there anything else? I must attend to my duties. No, there's nothing else. What about you? Sayla looks like she's had a bath and a few square meals. She smiles shyly. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. Let's see if Dunstan here, or whatever his name is, the dwarven smith, has anything for us. Yeah, Dunstan. Hey. Oh yeah, we can show him the piece of the Endless Pass. I found several fragments of an ancient sword. Do you think you could repair it? Dunstan gives a low whistle. That's a fine blade indeed. He holds one fragment in his rough hands. Looks Aedirian, special made, must have been a commission for a champion of some sort. He hands the shard back to you. A sword of this caliber would have had specially designed hilts too. It would be a shame to graft anything else into it, and besides, it'll balance best with all the original pieces. You find the rest of it, and I'll forge it for you. Something else? Yes, I'd like to see what you have on sale. You have the White Spire, which is an Estok. We're not really interested in that. Do you have any good armor? Hedric's coat is a very heavy armor, but 14 friggin' damage reduction is a lot. It does slow you down by 50% though, so there is a downside to that. Forge Master's gloves is 5 damage reduction, burn, and 3 firebrand uses per rest. That's nothing great, honestly. We can live without those items. Alright, I think we're done here, and I think we can now go to Hadrid House and talk to Lady Webb. Things are gonna be good then. Lady Webb is possibly my favorite character in this game. I like the villain a lot of this game because, like, he gives you, like, his character is written in such a way that it gives you another way of thinking over how he operated, right? What kind of a character he is. He's not necessarily a villain, but we'll discover that later on. Love the stream. Gotta go. Have a follow. Oh, thank you so much, Toaster Soap. Thank you so much, and thanks for hanging out. Hope that you enjoyed as much as you could have. I mean, I'm just trying here to be a bit entertaining while I play a game that I love, and that it's getting a sequel sometime soon. Sometime soon, in 1 year more or less. But there has been a lot of stretch goals now that have already... They have reached a lot of stretch goals with Pillars 2.
Come on, I want to pet you.
See, now that one I expected. Thank you, Toaster Soap. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. And welcome to the stream officially now. And they're just there, wanted to play with the kitty cat pet. He's such a pet guy. Whoa! Hello, Ollerman Road. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real, the recollection of an emotion rather than an emotion itself. It wrenches your insides nevertheless. The apparition's brow is tensed, a look of concern plain across its face.
The other missionaries say you have been neglectful of your duties.
The voice actor of this man, also very good, but also of Lady Webb as well. We'll hear soon enough. They lie.
They speak out of concern for you. Now tell me, is there something to their concerns?
The pain in your stomach deepens and you feel for a moment as though you are about to be sick. Your mouth has gone dry. Forgive me, Eminence. I wish to leave the order. The man folds his fingers together and presses them to his mouth, thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
Let's see. So basically, these dialogues with the villain here, which we don't know the name of yet, which we'll discover soon enough, basically shape the story of our past, or of the soul that has been awakened in us, right? This is basically a past life of ours that we're reliving right now. And through these dialogue choices, we can shape the story of the past, not only the present, but also the story of the past, which is something that will be reoccurring as we go down the road of the main quest, which is certainly a unique mechanic, which I love a lot about. Well, it's not really necessarily unique as much as it is an innovative way to introduce how you want to shape the story, right? If you cannot say export a save from a previous game, which doesn't exist, of course, in this case, you can shape the story like this. So we can say that the people we intended to convert, they committed unspeakable acts, or we can say that the family has not taken my new faith well. Let's go with I've done something unforgivable. The apparition exhales slowly, and its lips press together, a sympathetic rapport in its eyes. It places its hand on your shoulder.
I see. And you would cast yourself out, is that it?
What I've done, no god would have me know.
If you believe that, then I have failed you as a teacher. There are many gods so that all people are looked after, no matter who they are or what they've done. The only ones who need fear anything are those who abandon their gods, thinking all is lost. But for those who beg help and forgiveness, the gods always provide.
Only for the deserving.
I will tell you the truth. There may be some among the gods who would see you punished. But after punishment comes absolution, redemption. Whatever stain there is upon your soul, the gods can wash it clean. But you must dedicate yourself to them in return. That is what makes one deserving. Will you return the faith they put in you?
The knot in your stomach seems to loosen all at once, and the anxiety is replaced with something else entirely. Something warm and soothing. And it is something you know you can never repay. As the vision fades, you start to become cognizant of the many odd looks aimed in your direction. Your last response echoes in your mind. I will. So now basically we shaped our past lives character a bit. We told the older robed man that we've done something that could have been only absolved through punishment of the gods.
Greetings.
Oh, hello. Excuse me, but I've been looking for you. You're the one who lifted the curse on Heritage Hill. My lady, who wishes to remain anonymous, has entrusted me with bringing you this pistol. It belongs to a dear friend of hers who was lost to the curse. For your part in reclaiming Heritage Hill, my lady wishes you to have it. Here, may it serve you well in battle. Thank you. She bows. You're quite welcome. Now I must be off. Farewell. So we did get something as a reward for that quest. It's St. Garam's Spark. So it's a unique pistol. It's two-handed, something that will change in the next game. Pistols will be able to be dual-wielded with wands, other pistols, other rifles. That's gonna be pretty hype. It does have already a shock damage buff. 10 accuracy granted to an ally attacking the same target. That is pretty good. 6 damage reduction bypass. Minus 0.3 to crit damage multiplier. So it doesn't do as much damage critically. But it's a pretty solid weapon. Let's compare it to Forgiveness that Van here is using. So actually we can just do comparison here. So it does less damage. It does already have a shock buff instead of a burn buff that we applied to this one. But this is damaging one, that is why it does a bit less damage. Yes, dual-wielding pistols. You can dual-wield pistols. You can dual-wield blunderbusses. You can dual-wield a blunderbuss with a wand. It's gonna be pretty slow and pretty inaccurate from what I've heard. But it's gonna be so cool. I'm gonna smear my name all over Deadfire. Yeah, I love what they're doing with Deadfire. I was a bit... Honestly... I'm gonna be honest here. I was a bit dubious of what kind of path Obsidian would take without Chris Avallone. But it seems to me that they've already shown that they are worth their name even without Avallone during Tyranny, right? So I assume that with Deadfire, they're actually going to even more cement their name into the history of good development. And I really hope that they can do very well with Deadfire. I really hope that they get the successes they're hoping for with that game. And I'm sure that I'm gonna play that game. A lot of it. Forgiveness is indeed faster. Okay, so it does have 20% attack speed bonus, which is quite a big deal. It doesn't have the damage reduction bypass though, so that is the difference between St. Garam's Spark and Forgiveness. I don't know, we could enchant it, we could give it some quality. Damaging 2 would increase its damage by 30. Later on we can make it superb. And later on yet, we can actually give it Durgan Steel upgrade, in theory. But I think we will actually focus entirely on upgrading Forgiveness instead of the Spark. We could change the Damaging 1. So Damaging 1 does how much damage increase? 15%. Fine is also 15%, but it also adds a bit of accuracy. I'm not joking, I am backing with enough money to get my name into the credits. Really, Van? That's actually super cool. I intend to back it too sometime soon. I intend to probably go with the $60 backing, which gives you a physical copy of the game. Vape needs Sturpler's hobby. What are you talking about, Ivan? 3 less. 3 less than. Heart, 3 less than. Colbster! Hello! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope the day's treating you well, Colby. Hope the day's treating you well. So, damaging 2 is 30%, which is equal to... Yeah, so basically fine, exceptional, superb, and legendary is always better than damaging 1, 2, 3, and 4. It does cost, however, more enchantment points, and this one has another 8 available. Which is exactly legendary, right? Yeah, legendary would already be exactly 8. Kraken Eye, Topaz. Yeah, that's not gonna happen anytime soon, is it? We could go with damaging 2 for now. Sure, this would give us 4 more accuracy, but 15% less damage. Let's see what is required here. 600 copper pieces, Drake Talents 2 times, Adra 2 times, and twice Pilgrim Crown. We can do that. Let's do it this way. So right now, this is gonna do even further more damage than the Spark. 33 to 44. That's pretty good. That's pretty great. We're gonna get the pen and paper Pillar of Eternity starter thing too. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, I forgot that that is also something that's gonna happen. I'm interested in that. How cool is that? I'm interested in that. I wonder if you could actually... I wonder if they're gonna adapt... I'm wondering now if you could adapt Roll20 enough to have like a pen and paper Pillar of Eternity campaign there. I mean, most of these things, most of the mechanics here, as long as you can learn them, are pretty much dice rolls, or D100 dice rolls, I'm pretty sure. Most of them. So, if you get character creation done, that's pretty good. Been lurking for a little. Thanks for the lurk, Colby. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in chat or not. Every little bit helps, as I said. Like, every viewer, passively or not passive, it all matters to me equally. It's like, you're all special to me. You're all great people for coming and hanging out with me. Alright, let's go upstairs. Let's see what is happening upstairs. But yeah, it's very cool. I'm interested in Pillars of Eternity, pen and paper. That would be really cool to have a read at least. Hopefully there's gonna be a bunch of documentation. Lady Webb, we'll see you now. Alrighty. So these are all ciphers. These are pretty much all ciphers. They can read your mind. They're pretty sneaky bastards. Hello, Lady Webb. Best character in the game. This woman clutches a thick stack of parchment with spindly, wrinkled fingers, their flesh stretched thin to near translucence with extreme age, a gossamer veil over pale blue veins. Just like the woman that Ivan likes the best. Ivan likes such women, for sure. Ink sorry, Ivan. I'm throwing some shade at you, man. Ink splotches and candle burns dot and stripe her hands, like a quilt patterned after some great indescribable truth. She does not look up from her reading.
So, the messenger conveyed my summons. A miracle that would make the reincarnation of Aothis look like a child's cantrip, surely. It doesn't draw the most inspired minds, messaging. They failed me so many times of late, I nearly sent a cipher after you instead. So this is the Watcher who took over Cad Noir. Oh, don't look so surprised. It isn't an attractive expression. I wouldn't be where I am for long if I let details like that escape me.
I have to wonder whoever wrote Lady Webb is basically a miracle worker, because this right here, this dialogue is splendidly written. All of it. All of the dialogue of Lady Webb is splendid. Also her voice acting. Can someone... Yo, Ven, can you check up who is the voice actress of Lady Webb? I'm interested in this, because Obsidian has been known to hire some pretty high quality voice acting for some of their best characters. I mean, Kreia in KOTOR 2 was voice acted by a theatrical legend from what I hear, and she never again voice acted in gaming, so it was pretty much a big deal. And Lady Webb's voice actress sounds pretty spectacular too, in my opinion at least. This is exactly what I would picture Allah's mother to be like. Oh, he's not even here. You don't speak about him behind his back there.
Then, as I understand it, you entered a quarantine district that is absolutely off limits to all civilians, and somehow managed to walk back out with your life. What could possibly have been on your mind to make you do such a thing?
I'm investigating a strange group.
Strange does not begin to describe them. The practices of the Leaden Key defy all reason.
Do they?
You're not the only one with an interest in their recent activities. I've lost 4 ciphers this year alone trying to get someone inside their ranks. As it is, we only have our suspicions about who is in the group and what they intend, which I suppose means we have much in common with them. I asked you here because I wanted to know what your interest was in all of this. I thought perhaps we might help each other. Why are you looking for the Leaden Key?
No clue who does Lady Web. Alright. Well, I'll have to look it up post-stream for sure, because... well, it's true that actually most of the voice acting, I've noticed, are not very well known, but they're pretty spot on in the voice acting. Even the villain. I'm pretty sure that the voice actor of the villain is half unknown, I believe. But his voice acting is also supreme. One of their members caused my soul to awaken. I need him to reverse it. She closes her eyes and the lids flicker. Then her face goes still and her mouth parts, little more than a sliver, and her hand briefly drops open, spilling some of her parchment to the ground. The pages wafting around her legs like the leaves of a dying tree. Her fleshy eyelids peel back, and her gaze is immediately upon you.
The gods are cruel, I'm afraid. The man you seek is Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key. One of the most elusive and dangerous men Eora has ever known.
And there is the name. Theos Ix Arcanon is the name of our villain right there. And you looked it up, there's nothing. Yeah, I thought as much. I think I looked it up some times ago in the past when I was playing through the game the first time around, and I swear to God you cannot find most of the voice actor other than the companions. Like the companions you can still find, of course, Adair and Aloth being our friend Tiss's wet dreams, Mr. Matthew Mercer. Is his name Matt? I think so. How do you know I seek Theos?
Because you have seen his face, and that makes it a simple matter for me to see it. You even happened to catch him in his ceremonial garb, it seems. Must have been a special occasion.
What can you tell me about Theos?
More than most, though very few would know so much as his name. And there is no way of knowing how much of what I've read is true. The Leaden Key dates back more than 2,000 years. If rumors are to be believed, Theos was the one who created it. What scraps of evidence exist suggest that he has died many times, only to be reborn each time exactly the same man. Awakened during adolescence with all the knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes. The plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit. Needless to say, this is not the natural order of things. But he is said to be one of Woodica's favored, and that old bat was never one to let rules get in the way of favoritism.
See, this is actually something that I always pondered about. How does Theos like, she says that he has died many times only to be reborn, each time exactly the same man. Does it mean also the appearance is exactly the same? We can assume as much because his appearance in the past from the spirits that we've seen, the spirit visions that we've seen in the past, are pretty much identical to the one man we've seen in the early game. So I assume that even his corporeal form, the body of his, is exactly the same. The race is exactly the same. And of course the memory, through the soul being awakened, are exactly the same. Knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes. So you can assume that he is a pretty goddamn smart person. We can only assume here at this point, through a role-playing means of what we know of the world, that either his soul is able to manipulate itself in such a way that when the body dies, it's able to transport itself into another body, fully well knowing that that body would awaken itself, the soul would be awakened in that body, or if it's an external manipulation of gods. Of course, him being a favorite of Boudica could help that. But we also know that Boudica is pretty dead right now.
That may also explain another supposed gift of his. His body is no boundary to his soul, and he is known to take possession of others, if their souls are weak enough. Often it is for elaborate deceptions, but sometimes he simply forces them to kill themselves. He is not known for his generous supply of pity. He is also not one to show himself in any but their most critical matters. If he has directly involved himself in whatever the group plots now, it may be your only chance to find him. And once you do find him, if you can find him, I would not hold my hopes too high if I were you. He is a driven, single-minded man. He will not have the slightest concern for your problems.
And interestingly enough, again, here she says that he is not a man known for a generous supply of pity, but it is pretty much what we saw earlier in the vision we had before entering the building. He looked like he was taking pity over our past life, right? Yasmin Naomi! Hello and welcome! Welcome to the stream. How's the day treating you? Hope everything is fine in your corner of the world. We're playing some Pillars of Eternity. I've been playing this for a long time now, honestly. It's been a bit of a slow progress, but it's such a fun game to play through slowly, taking your time reading the dialogue, thinking about all the theories, you know. So she's saying to us basically that Theos, which is the villain, is not known for a generous supply of pity, but we've encountered him before with pity in our past life, which is interesting enough. And also, he's not known to show himself personally, as you can see here, but we got lucky to see him personally. How do you know so much about Theos?
The same way I come by all my knowledge. Exhaustive research, spying, bribery, perhaps some less savory measures. Whatever the knowledge demands, I pay in full. There is nothing of greater value. Unfortunately, with Theos, there is also nothing more scarce. He has covered his tracks far too well. His manipulations of the course of history are lost to time now, though I believe they were many.
Yes, having a great day? Okay, glad to hear it. I'm also having a very good Sunday right now. It's been pretty much a passive day in comparison to the last couple of days, but it's been peaceful, which I like. I've rested quite a long time tonight, so I can't really complain. It's one of those days where I really cannot complain. And here comes again Hola with a surprise PogChamp. Always with the surprising PogChamp there. Okay, so let me consider this up right now. Perhaps some lesser... Yeah, so basically she's explaining to us what she does in order to get the information. Whether she's telling the truth or not, we don't know yet, right? What else is there to know about the Leaden Key?
Precious little, I'm afraid. You may know much of it already. No one member knows the identity of more than a handful of other members. They are kept in the dark of missions they are not involved in, or sometimes of those they are involved in. They exist to hide secrets they themselves don't know. If you can imagine how gullible someone must be for that to appeal.
So you can see that basically they're a group of potential fanatics. They believe so deeply in what they do that most of the members wouldn't even question their orders without having given an explanation.
Despite that, they are very good at what they do, owing much to their founder, who will take matters into his own hands when necessary. And he does not fail. Exactly,
so most of the times Theos might just as well appear during a mission of theirs, just to oversee that operations are being handled as they should be. Case in point, in Silent Lys, the first quest we've done, or rather the first tutorial mission that we've completed, he was there. He was there overseeing what was happening with those acolytes of the Leaden Key. What do you want from me?
Keep me informed. The Leaden Key has been busy lately, and that is distressing news. I can only guess as to what they intend. You seem to have a knack for turning the stones they've crawled beneath. Keep turning them. Dunreed Row will not stop you.
Alright, so basically we have just gotten ourselves the support of the largest investigation group in Defiance Bay, which is a pretty big deal.
Whatever it is they're up to, figuring it out will be of great use to both of us. In your case, it will surely point you to Theos. In return, I will share our knowledge with you as we learn it, and provide you with what assistance I can.
Very well.
If you find your trail has run cold, come to me with whatever you have. There is much I may be able to do for you.
So now we can actually tell her about the operation of the Leaden Key in the Heritage Hill district.
Well, let's hear it.
The Ingwithan Tower in Heritage Hill contains an ancient machine that can control the flow of souls. The Leaden Key activated it.
This is troubling. That civilization seems to have known more about the mechanics of souls than anyone since. The Leaden Key was born in that period. It may be that Theos has full knowledge of their technology. The applications of this machine you speak of, I don't want to think about it. If we can learn more about their goals and methods, perhaps we can get the palace behind us. With Avar's support, we may be able to put a stop to this.
That is all. Avar, by the way, is the Duke of Defiance Bay. It's basically like saying the current leader of the country of Derwood in general. Of course, it's not as simple as that. He's mostly the Duke of the capital of the country, and then the country is divided into several counties, I believe.
Try your best not to die out there.
Well, that's truly a heartfelt comment right there, Lady Webb. Alright. So now as we're going to proceed with the main quest, we'll be able to inform Lady Webb of our exploits, and she's going to relay information. She's going to piece the information together for us, which is actually a big help. We basically just gained a very strong ally. Alrighty, now if you remember, Curran, this Orlan Cypher here, was willing to offer us a quest in case if we were to join forces with Lady Webb, which we just did.
Hail and well met.
Curran's quick hands are busy with mountains of scrolls before me. Hello again, my mysterious figure. Friend, not figure. What are you so busy with? His small, furry hands gesture expansively at the papers before him. Hollowborn, growing unrest, and the ever-present political intrigues. With so many missing souls, missing persons are the least of our concern these days. What brings you to Dunreed Row? I was invited here by Lady Webb. Curran cocks his head to one side as if trying to get a better look at you. Forgive me, she doesn't take many visitors, but the ones she does invite are a fascinating lot. I've always marveled at their choices. Nothing in common to my eyes. But her sight is far keener than mine. I wonder what it is she sees. Also, I said it's her choices. My bad. Her room is upstairs, the one with the guard in front. Yeah, we've been there. Tell me more about your skills. I check for soul connections, looking for lost things, missing things, or troublesome things, particularly where people of power are influenced and concerned. I'm a cipher. In Air Glanfath, we were once known as Brishalgwyn Minehunters. Nice title, yes, but it wasn't until the Animancers began working with my kind 40 years ago that we truly understood our power. Now we make some of the best detectives in the world. Tracing souls, we can look at a person and see where they have been. Our look at a weapon and see who has touched it, or look at a weapon and see who has touched it. His nose twitches as he looks at you. Useful for solving crimes, as you can imagine. That is why, basically, everyone in Dunreed Row is a cipher. They can investigate normally with their unique skills, they can investigate just normally like that and find answers where normal people would not be able to find. You could use some help. So many secrets and trails in the city. You have to but turn a corner to find fresh trace of something stolen, or someone missing. He flickers an ear. Unfortunately, we haven't the time to investigate them all. I'm supposed to be working on other matters, but my mind still lingers on a few recent cases. Curse of a cipher to be ruled by the whims of curiosity. Tell me about the cases. 1 case or 3, depending on how you look at it. He taps his clawed fingers together. 3 weeks and a disappearance at the end of each. Some might call it a coincidence. I call it a clue. Lady Webb knows you, trusts you, so I shall trust you too, as long as our interests are aligned. I'll look into it. Where should I start? He grins, razor-tipped teeth showing between his lips. Copper Lane, Undergift, and Brackenbury, of course, to talk to the ones who reported the disappearances, the only ones who know enough to care. Laura, Ollie, and Elka. Elka, where did I hear that name? Elka. Isn't one of the Paladin subclasses Saint Elka? Saint Welka something? I believe there are. Like, Pathfinder of Saint Elka or something like that, I believe. I think it's one of the better ones if you want to make a tanky paladin. Who's missing? 2 men, 1 woman. Landry, Kendall, and Cora. Tell me about Landry. Best to ask Coley. Seems they drank together at Salty Mass in Undergift, the whorehouse. Also seems that no one else knew him well enough to miss him. What about Kendall? Reported missing by Elka, a dwarf who carried traces of... He closes his eyes and sniffs the air. Fine wine and young dandies. Plenty of time and money to spend on her pleasures. Try Brackenbury. What about Cora? Her sister of Laura, one of the merchants in Copper Lane Bazaar. Not the kind of person who would just disappear, it seems. Did you find any leads? Not yet. No obvious connections between the victims, which is what makes me wonder. So... He runs his hands along the length of one ear. Could be animancy related. Researchers always need subjects, the less scrupulous types in particular. He pauses deep in concentration. Seems too risky for the sanitarium, but no one knows. He waves a hand. Talk first to the people who reported our victims missing. Mayhap you will catch something I missed. Alrighty, I'll let you know what I find. This is one of the most lovely quests, actually. Side quests in Defiance Bay, in my opinion. Like, this one and the Lighthouse quest are pretty much the ones that I got most intrigued by. And it got me thinking, since I'm pretty convinced that in Deadfire, you are going to be... Your headquarters is going to be a ship, right? I have the feeling that the ship in question might be the one of the child of the lighthouse keeper. I've read on the wiki, it's actually the lighthouse keeper's child that is, what was his name again? Merewith, that is currently at the Charred Barrel. She's the captain of the Red Dream, and for some reason I have a clue rolling in my head that the Red Dream is indeed gonna be the ship you're gonna be departing to the Deadfire Archipelago to. I'm gonna go make dinner. See you guys later in Squill Stream. Alright, sounds good, Yasmin. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you there. Enjoy your dinners. Alright, so the first person that reported the missing... Elka is here. I haven't seen this damned Kendall person. Alright.
Good day, stranger.
This dwarven woman is dressed and perfumed like a member of the nobility, but her sun-reddened skin and sweat-stained outfit suggest that she's been out here for quite some time. Afraid I don't have time for you just now. Afraid I don't have time just now. I'm investigating Kendall's disappearance, actually. Her eyebrows raise. The little Orlan finally got serious about this case, eh? Dunred drew his trap for resources in the months Curran sent me. Well, I'm glad someone's on it. She rolls her eyes. Anyway, I'll tell you whatever I can. What do you need to know? Tell me about Kendall. What's to tell? He's a pretty young lad, not the brightest of the bunch, but always pleasant company. Okay. What do you know about him? Or rather, how do you know of him? We met from time to time over the past few months. It was just fling, really. Wasn't going to last. She picks at the corner of her sleeve and looks away. He was a little fool, but a sweet little fool. What was Kendall doing before he disappeared? She laughs sadly. The worst blazing rendition of the general speech from The Widow of the Wood that I've heard. She shakes her head. I love that fellow, but he was a tragic failure, yet somehow he managed to get in with an acting troupe. When and where did you last speak to Kendall? A week ago. He came back to my house for a bit of fun. Afterwards, we fell asleep, and when I woke up, he was gone. No note, nothing. Had you noticed anything different about Kendall lately? He'd started hanging out with a bunch of actors. Seemed alright, except that woman, she scowls. That woman with her long, willowy legs and slender arms always came around wearing these low-cut dresses and impossible shoes. What was her name? Her expression hardens. I don't know, I never cared to learn it. She uncrosses her arms and lets them slowly fall into her sides. I didn't realize it might be important. That's all the questions I have right now. If you think any more, you know where I'll be. Alright, so we discovered now about Kendall. And pretty much he seemed to have joined a troupe of actors recently. And that's pretty much all we can puzzle right now. He joined a troupe of actors recently, and he was bad at acting. Of all things, how does one that is bad at acting join a troupe of actors? We'll see. We'll find out, I guess. Now, the next person, I believe, what was his name again? Oli. And he is a person that drinks booze at the whorehouse, the Salty Mast, in Andre's Gift. So let's go find out what he has to say to us. Also, right now I have enough money to do another quest that I just remembered from Brackenbury. It starts at the Charred Barrel in Brackenbury. We'll do that too. It's an expensive quest if you do it the expensive path. You can do it pretty cheap if you are a bastard. We'll say that. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, Ollie... Yeah, here he is. Hello, Ollie. The man is at a table by himself, but he constantly glances at the opposite bench as if waiting for someone. He reeks of alcohol, and he moves with the torpor of someone who has gotten used to spending most of his time drunk. Table's taken. Find another. Spreads his elbows on the wood and pulls his drinks between them. I got questions about Landry, actually. His face twists into a confused scowl. What is it to you? I was told you were the last person to see Landry. His scowl's dipping. Here to help, huh? Well, you're 2 weeks late. Bruh, I have almost 100,000 Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, I've been spending a lot of money creating characters, Van, but it's actually pretty interesting that I am so poor. Normally, I have like 300,000 by endgame, or at least 300,000. And more money than I know what to do with. Yeah, you usually... Unless if you let an automatic like raid on your keep in Cadnua happen automatically, you don't know how to spend that money. You really cannot spend that money on anything particular. You could start buying unique stuff here in the Gentleman Company upstairs in the Salty Mast, but overall, 100,000 is a lot of money, and you usually will just lose means to spend it, honestly. I guess you would have a lot less money, or even I would have a lot less money, if I played on expert mode and I could only access my stash during camping and during tavern, like dialogue in taverns. I just have a few questions about him. Only finishes a drink and drums his fingers on an empty mug. My throat's feeling mighty dry. If you want to talk, there'll be £10 for a refill. Oh, fine, here. Ready to talk now? Ollie waves at the serving maid over. He raises his drink to you and takes a long gulp. So, what was it we were wanting with... What was it you were wanting with Landry? Tell me about him. He spent most of his time here, drinking with me. Tells you enough, doesn't it? He takes a gulp of his drink and shrugs. He didn't volunteer details, and I didn't ask, but he had a working man's hands and a working man's taste for drinks. When and where did you last see Landry? Right here, getting drinks with me. He slaps a spot on the bench. Just like we have every night for the last 5 years. I couldn't actually tell you much about him, and I think he preferred it that way. He frowns at the rough wood grain of the table. That's probably why we got on so well. Plenty of things we didn't talk about. Anyway, I remember that night because he said things were finally turning around. He was going to find a steady job, clean up, have another crack at a respectable life. I told him in that case he could buy the drinks. He traces the rim of his cup. That's when he showed up. That's when she showed up. Who's this woman you're talking about? A sly smile stretches across his face. A real fancy lady. Her name's Lumdala. He taps his head. I don't remember much these days, but I remember her. Usually you have to pay a month of copper to spend time with a woman like that, but Lumdala, he shakes his head. She was falling all over Landry that night. Left with him too. Where did Landry and Lumdala go? A gruff laugh rattles his throat. She said they were going on to some frilly performance. If you ask me, they had their own plans to perform that night. He makes an obscene gesture and grins. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, Van. I've been noticing that. I've been seeing that number, but I don't know what is going on here. I will not call it out on it. Let's just say that. Don't look a gift viewer in the mouth. If you okay, so I read that. She just said they had to pick something up at her house in Copper Lane first, some cozy little place by the Northern Gate. He picks up his cup. Even a drunk like me knows what that means. For what it's worth, she said she earns her coin at the amphitheater in Copper Lane. That's where she said they were going to see their show. Maybe someone there saw him. Okay, that's all I need to know right now. Only not. Right, let me know if you find him, yeah? Because that bastard owes me a round if he's found the good life. That's true.
Well,
If he's found the good life. But again, we see that a disappearance is linked with a theater group in the amphitheater in Copper Lane, which is pretty interesting. And the third person is in Copper Lane proper, and then we can go find out what the people at amphitheater say. We're also gonna find Lumdala there, I believe. Yeah, there's nothing else we can do here right now. Is there any other quests in Ondra's Gift that we haven't finished? I'm pretty sure we've finished most of them at this point. We'll have to check later on. Okay, Copper Lane it is. We could also stop by at the Dozens to see if their merchant there sells any good weapon, unique armor that we might be interested in. Since we have the money to spend right now, it might be worthwhile to venture there and see. For sure, anyway. Also, the merchant is pretty close to that place, so you know, it makes it all the better. Yes, I believe it's in the marketplace. We can check all the merchants, actually. I know that the Amawa, or was it Amawa or was he just a big human? I forget. He was selling some good thing. Paragon sells traps, and there is Laura. Igran, yeah, it's an Amawa.
Good day, stranger.
The young woman stands by a cart, watching the crowd with large, bright eyes that focus on as you approach. Take your time, traveler. If you looked for enchanted scrolls or garb, you've come to the right place. I'm looking into some disappearances. I hear that your sister has gone missing. Laura's voice dropped to a whisper. I didn't think anyone would help me. When Cora disappeared, I tried Dunridge Road, the Crucible Knights, even the Dozens here. She points at her thumb at the large building behind her. No one had time to look for a missing girl then. She bites her lip. That was 3 weeks ago, so she was the first to go missing. If there's anything I can tell you, I will help. Just ask. Tell me about Cora. She's my younger sister, always had a head full of dreams. She was convinced there was something special waiting for her, that she'd be remembered and happy and important. Laura shakes her head. She's got plenty of heart, but not the commitment to match. Still, she got that theater job. I thought she was about to turn around. Theater job? What was Cora doing about the time, around the time she disappeared? She just gotten into the acting troupe called the Laura's Brows Knit. You know this, concentrate. The Revel of Stars, that's it. She was pretty inexperienced, Laura hesitates. I think that's why she was so excited to get a role. I'm afraid I don't know anything else about it. When and where did you last see your sister? She was at our house, getting ready for her big performance. That was 3 weeks ago. Did you see Cora with anyone when she disappeared? She is very sociable. She's always enjoyed crowds. I'm afraid I can't narrow it down beyond that. That is all I need to know right now. Laura puts both hands over her heart. You don't know much about how much this means to me. Just know that someone's actually looking for her. Anything else I can do for you? Let's see her wares really quickly. So she does indeed sell scrolls, Ashwood cameo figurine for 15,000, summons a Delemgan. Wow, for 20 seconds. That's very expensive though, we're probably not gonna do it right now. Lots of ingredients though, for upgrading materials and such. Also some potions of minor endurance, but they're pretty expensive right now. Let's see what Igran here sells.
Hail, traveler.
Let's remember a bit what he sells. He sells a hammer, a pike. Sells a pike. Shatterstar. It's a unique warhammer, one-handed actually. It does not a lot of damage, but it is. Oh, it's only an average. It's only an average speed weapon, which is interesting. It does have a critical damage multiplier, and it gives you +1 enemies engaged. Something that actually warriors could use well, I feel. It doesn't do a lot of damage, of course, which means that you, of course, will not do a lot of You will do more tanking than actual physical damage. Dunray the Demon, 2 intellect. Could be something we could buy to someone, but right now... How much is it? 3,000. We're gonna first check the dozens, if they have something for us. Might be interesting. We're gonna supply ourselves with some new fancy items and see to it that we finish this quest. Again, all 3 of the victims, the disappeared victims, have been linked to the theater troupe. So, of course, we'll have to go to the amphitheater and figure out what they have to tell us. Okie dokie. What was her name again of the merchant here? I know that she is pretty much one of the best. Sonild, yes.
Greetings.
Show me your wares, please. Okay, so she sells a bunch of exceptional and fine stuff, but does she sell anything unique? Dandy Hat of the Diseased Yak. 2 resolves and -1 intellect. That -1 intellect is a bit 1 resolve and 2 constitution is good, though. For 4,500 we might get that one. I don't know who to give it to. Fox and Hunter is just will and reflex, and summons noble creature once per day. A beagle dog? Is that a noble creature to you? A beagle dog? Really? Bile Stompers. 5 damage reduction, corrode, grants minor fetid caress. Thrice per rest. I cannot check. Nope. No, I will not buy them right now, no. Munacra Arret. Oh, that's actually a monocle. I could go with that. Whisper of Treason 3 times per day. That's actually really good. Charm for 10 seconds 3 times a day. Not bad. And 12 wheel. Of course, it takes the helm slot, so there's also that limit. We're gonna go with Snurf's Folly. I think that's actually a good item. And we have maximum camping supplies, so we don't need anything else. Okay, so that was quite a bit of money spent there, but it might be good money spent. Let's see now. Do we have... Which one has nothing that adds Resolve and Constitution? We don't want those active effects to disappear. I think my character doesn't actually have anything that adds to Constitution. I might be wrong. Oh no, I do. Whispers of Yenwood adds to Constitution. Never mind. Does Adair have anything? The boots, but we can actually replace those boots with the ring. It's only 1 Constitution for the boots. This is 2 Constitution and 1 Resolve. Anything that adds Resolve? I don't think so. Healing received. Oh yeah, the helm. Perception Resolve. Okay, so we could replace the helm for the ring and the boots as well. We can do that. We're gonna get 2 items in return. It's better return values there. So the helm can be given to Durance because I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything that adds resolve. Resolve is pretty nice for the sake and purpose of, if nothing else, getting that bonus to concentration, right? He has a lot of resolve. I would have much rather gone with extra intellect for spellcasters like Durance, but so it is. He also gets some perception from the helm. Only he would look really stupid with it, but what can you do about it? Ivan, carry this helm with pride. We can also give him the constitution boots right now, I guess. Wait, what does Ivan have boots-wise? Critical hit per encounter. Oh yeah, consecrated grounds. It's pretty good. We're gonna go with... Wait. Oh, never mind. He already has constitution bonus. You have stealth and freeze reduction. But you do have something that gives you constitution. What about your boots? 2 reflex. Oh yeah, that's better. Sure, we lose the reflex, but we get what we lose in reflex in fortitude, so it's not that bad. That doesn't work, and he has already boots, so... Okay, we're gonna just put these in the chest. Sell them later on, down the road. Sounds good to me. Alrighty, let's go to the theater troupe. We did our purchase, we still have quite a bit of money, 24,000. You're off, Hola? Alright, thanks for hanging out. And I hope that you're gonna have a nice time wherever you're gonna do. Thanks again, and I'll see you around. Have fun, Lauren. Okay, thank you very much. See you. Okay, the theater troupe. Let's go take care of these doodles. They're a bunch of peoples, that's for sure. Am I in fast mode? I'm not in fast mode. I would have waited there for a while without even noticing anything. I'm a fool. What a fool I am. He's a good god. And there is Lumdala. The statuesque woman has a gaze that could cut stone. She turns her chiseled cheekbones to the sky and favors you with a look of acknowledgement. Her eyes shimmer under silvered eyeshadow and a razor-precise line of kohl. Before you can speak, she throws her hand up in dramatic fashion.
Hail, traveler.
Autographs are after the performance, please. Great art requires great concentration, and greatness is expected from the Revel of Stars. I'm looking for Candle. Apparently he joined your group. No experience, terrible actor. Sounds familiar? She narrows her silvered eyes. I'm not sure who this Candle is or why you would malign our talent. But rest assured that we have a process for evoking a satisfying performance from even the most inexperienced players. I suppose I can spare a few moments for fun. What about Cora? I can't say I recognize the name. She suddenly seems focused on the length of her fingernails. That's odd. Her sister said she was part of the Revel of Stars. Maybe, but what should I know about it? My work requires great focus and attention. She flicks her fingertips in frustration. I don't have time to coach every young amateur who joins our troupe for a week. And what about Landry? Lumdala lets out a big laugh. That drunk in Ondra's gift. Men flatter themselves when it comes to the attention of a beautiful woman. The Pallid Knight herself could waltz into the bar, and he'd believe she was there to sit on his lap and listen baldy stories. The Pallid Knight. I think I encountered her once. She hated being called that. Yes, there, you encountered the Pallid Knight. I trust this word more than yours. He has nothing to gain by lying. Her nose wrinkles. Nothing to gain but a little tavern hall admiration. The men there compete with tales of conquest they can only dream of. But you clearly found his performance convincing enough. You're connected to the 3 recent disappearances that you claim to know nothing about. Then what else do you expect me to say on this subject? She sighs and turns her face to the sky. If you'll excuse me, I have a performance to attend to. The young man steps up next to you, his gaze fixed on the other actors, his voice low. Meet me in Lumdala's house. I know what's going on. He claps his hands and whistles at the other actors. Well done! Well done indeed! And they're leveled up. That's all about. He can spend another point in athletics. Already 10 athletics, man. That's a lot of athletics. Bonus knockdown, rapid recovery, increases endurance gained. Nah. We can go with something that adds defense bonus, I guess. Weapon and shield styles. 6 shield deflection. Shield deflection bonus applies to reflex. We could go with that. Unstoppable is 10 defense against blinded, stuck, prone, hobbled, dazed attacks. Or we can also go with Mental Fortress, which is actually pretty good. Being a resistant to dominated and charm attacks is pretty important in late game. Although we will also have spells from clerics for sure. We're gonna go with weapon and shield style for now. That 6 bonus deflection is pretty important. We want to stack deflection on this guy. We just want to get more and more deflection as possible. Of course, because he has defender mode activated, he loses a bit of that deflection, but he still has 72. 72 deflection is nothing to sneeze at for sure. And he can be engaged by 4 enemies before anyone actually flanks him. If we bought that flail, or what was it, the hammer from this guy here, we could actually have him being attacked by 5 enemies at once and he wouldn't be flanked. Maybe something to consider. Maybe something to consider for it there, for sure. But then again, we must not also forget that we have also a second warrior in our crew, which is Kazul. That's 2 lockpicks. Might as well. Alright, let's go into Lumdala's house and see what's happening here. Pretty quaint little house. The painting depicts the famous scene from The Light of Dawn, in which the traveler and the ghost happen upon, what? A starving man. Here's Cuddle. A young man appears before you, trembling and excited. You! I saw you with Lumdala, by the amphitheater. Look, I don't know what your business with her is, but I want out of this mess. I just came by to grab my things. Just let me live, alright? Take a breath, calm down, tell me what's going on so I can help. He nods, filing his lungs. Thank you, thank you. But there's not much time. Lumdala is out here to get me, and I need to get out of here. Maybe out of the city. Kadal reaches slowly into a satchel and produces a small key. This opens the door behind you. There's a passage in there leading down to a theater. He shudders. It's easier if you see it for yourself. He licks his lips. Since I've helped you, I want your promise that you'll leave my name out of this. Absolutely. First time I ever met an actor that didn't want his name on everything. Pretty accurate, though. All I care about is preventing another disappearance. What you did before is irrelevant to me. Thank you, and good luck. He doesn't look in your eyes. Alrighty. Let's open this door. And, well, we can loot this house a bit. Some clothes. Saint Ifn's Knot added. The quest expires in 2 days. Let's read about it. Emiran legend holds that Saint Ifn created a miraculous knot that the faithless could not untie. A daring burglary recently cleaned out the myriad precious relics in the Smith Hall of Emirgal. I can't read that name for the life of me. Where each treasure once stood, a string was tied, each leading back to an intricate knot in the center of the temple. The burglar left a tantalizing clue in the form of a written prayer to Saint Ifton, but the riddle has stumped the locals. Desperate to recover their artifacts, the priests have reached out to mercenaries and adventurers to help. So, quest rewards, 25% experience, Ifton's Cradle, 500 to 1000 copper in treasure, and a minor item. Alright, let's assign Sagani to it. Might as well. We haven't really had her in the party ever since we recruited her, but it's fine to have her do something while we're away. There's a couple more items we can actually loot here. Let's do that first. And then we're gonna go downstairs, behind the rug. We found an egg! 5 endurance, 1 might for 150 seconds. A common egg is produced by a common hen. A hen produces an egg. Or does it?
This won't stop me for long.
Thanks, Ivan.
Light.
Is there any trap here? Doesn't look like it. There's a breastplate, some gold, and a great sword. Not bad. Alright, let's go. And just as we go down here, you'll notice that by that image that we're actually going down the sewers, interestingly enough. In a section we haven't visited, though. Give it a few seconds. There we go. All of a sudden, we are in an underground theater of sorts. Lots of copper there. And there seems to be a scarf on the ground. Interacting with it will allow us to notice that there is an essence. Essence radiates from it like heat, and the closer you get to it, the more you feel a confusing mixture of joy, surprise, and pain. Let's pick up the scarf. You hold the scarf and focus on it, and the world around you shifts. Something about you shifts too. The smooth fabric is still in your hands, but you are in a small yet cozy house, and Laura is looking from the scarf back to you, asking if you like it. She's smiling because the answer is written on your face. That was 4 years ago, but you still wear the scarf on days like today. After all, you wore it the first day you met the actress with silvered eyes, so who's to say it won't bring you luck again tonight? It's nestled around your throat, soft and warm and comforting. You're halfway through the third act, and you can feel the audience eyes on you, hungry and attentive. You were nervous at first when that woman brought you down here. You wondered what kind of show you signed up for. But this has gone better than you could have hoped for. You reach the end of your monologue, and the scarf tightens around your neck. It chokes the final line from your throat, which is embarrassing because your debut was going so well. But then you try to pull the scarf away, it only tightens further. You're so confused, and you look to the audience expecting someone to rush to your rescue. Then you see their eyes and that hungry, attentive look, and you understand. The stage fades to black. Goddamn snuff film. Yeah, exactly. The scarf falls from your hand and flutters to the ground, but Cora's soul lingers. Stuck between... Yeah, suck. Sure, let's suck. Stuck between a familiar token and a question. It wants to know, but it wants to retreat. What happened to you was a tragedy and an injustice. Your life was brief but happy. You experienced true fulfillment before you died, which is more than most can say. Clinging to an empty dream will only bring you pain. You have to find a way to move on. You had your sister's love and the courage to follow your dreams. That comfort us. Okay, so we can actually tell her. We can be cruel, or we can tell her some motivational speech to the spirit of her anyway. Laura, I believe. Clinging to an empty dream will only bring you pain. You have to find a way to move on. The soul is still for several seconds before fading back into the fabric of the scarf. Now, nicely positioned on the theater, Lumdala emerges from the shadow, her silvered eyes glooming in darkness. Well, well, if it isn't our friend from Dunrid Row. What do you want? She gives you an appraising look. I have a proposition. If she offers you a role, it better be a lead. Ha! I'm listening. I stage my performances for certain wealthy patrons. One, in particular, would make a valuable catch. You agree to a truce, and I'll give you his name. Explain why this is a better deal for me. Don't be naive. You're a man of principle. You want to help Defiance Bay, don't you? Save its people, those who would prey on them. Think of it this way. I only feed a demand. I'm offering you the man whose money and connections made my performance possible in the first place. I wonder, can I get that information and kill her afterwards? I doubt that's gonna be the case. I would like some time to think over it, but that's a bit... It would be a bit metagaming if I were to just check for an answer, right? Nah, I'm just gonna go with no deal. I don't like her. No deal. Lumdala shrugs. As you wish. She gestures to the actors with her. Stop them! Oh, bring it on. Bring it on. She, I believe, is Lumdala, I believe, is a warrior, whereas that seems to be a cipher or a mage. There's a ranger and 2 more warriors and another one with a bow. Okay, can you shoot Lumdala? Not from your current position, but you're gonna get there. We want him to get closer, and you probably want to try and stun Lumdala and try to knock them prone. So yes, indeed, like Van said here, they were trying to do snuff filming. Rather, they were successful at doing it. Okay, those guys are all knocked prone, which is great. Now, Nephi, can you cast that spell? Yes, you can. Fantastic. Okay, you attack that guy, you attack that guy. Ivan is panicked. That's fine. You can point your finger at them. More damage done to them. Perfect. Let's do even more damage. We can go with twin boulders right now. Okay, so Lumdala seems to be having a pistol, but that's fine. We could actually stun her. Let's stun her. Good bad. Okay, now actually that's not gonna be only a stun, that's actually gonna be outright murder. She just got destroyed. Ivan, can you actually punch that guy? No, but we're murdering everything pretty goddamn fast. Okay, that was fight. That was the fight. It's weird. Usually I have more trouble, but I guess either I'm over-leveled for this, or I'm just too good at this game. I'm not too good at this game, so I guess I'm incredibly over-leveled for this trash. We got a Ring of Protection, which is better than the Cloak of Protection, I assume. We could go with... yeah, we could go with this ring on, I feel. Yeah, it's 9 to every resistance, mental fortitude, or rather, reflex fortitude and will, which is not bad.
What is it?
That was it. Lumdala is gone. And if we go here, we can actually trigger a shortcut and go out of the sewers from here. But we're not gonna do that, because this is actually a faster way out. Interestingly enough, someone has created Ivan there in that fight. That's why his defenses mechanism triggered. That's interesting. But they were really no match for me. Oh, there's some items here. Hello. Some more money. Okay. We're gonna now probably return to the victims and tell them about what happened, as well to what was his name again? What was the guy's name? The Yorlan Cypher? I don't remember. Well, we're gonna return to him, is what I'm trying to get at. Alrighty. And we're gonna buy the hammer, because we have quite a fair bit of money still. Hello, Laura.
How do you do?
Oh, good to see a familiar face. How can I help you? I have news about your sister. Cora's dead. She... Laura's eyes shimmer with tears. I don't know what to say. I tried to keep my hopes up, but I think a part of me already knew. That doesn't make this any easier, though. She brushes a tear from her cheek. I can't help but think that if someone had looked for her sooner, when I first asked for help, maybe she'd be here. The authorities here don't care. No, wait a second. We caught the responsible and prevented this from happening to others. That's what matters now. Yes, you're right, she wipes her eyes. I suppose I'll have to make arrangements. Thank you for finding her. Anything else I can do for you? No. The Blabinator? That was his name? The Blabinator? Alright.
Well met,
let's call him the Blabinator for second purpose of him being the Blabinator. Okay, let's buy Shatterstar. Let me just double check. Yeah, enemies engaged +1. That's gonna be Adair's weapon for now, which I believe... Yeah, he didn't even have a magical weapon for the longest time. There we go. Now you have a hammer, Adair. You are Judge Adair now, officially. Also, you don't need a bow. Put it away.
What is it?
I could give him the pistol, actually. The unique pistol to Adair in his offhand. It's not like it's gonna do much, but it's better than nothing. If he gets out of control, you know, he'll still be able to shoot something outside of range. Alrighty, that's it. Let's go now to Andra's gift. Not Andra's gift. Let's go first to... We're gonna try to make the least amount of pathfinding as possible. So we're gonna go to Brackenbury. First to the Charred Barrel to accept the quest from that elven lad that we haven't accepted earlier. And then we're gonna talk to the lady here, Elka. And finally we're gonna go talk to Ollie in the Salty Mast. Okay, so let's go to the charred barrel. We could actually rest. My health... Well, nah, it's fine still. We can go with the current health for now. And afterwards, maybe we're gonna swap out a couple of people. Maybe bring Alth in, because he is interested in the sanitarium. Yeah. The Tristan here. The young elf is dressed in gaudy robes that he seems ready to cast off. He picks at heavily brocaded sleeve and continually adjusts the gold chain around his neck. He looks up at you. Did she send you to run me out of town? You can tell her I'm not going anywhere without that medallion. I told Sorel I wouldn't let her sell it. I'm not backing down, even for a thug like you. He puffs up his chest but glances at the exit. What are you talking about? He relaxes. If you have to ask, then you're obviously not here to shake me down. Sorel's a courtesan over at the Salty Mast in Undersgift. We've been working together for over a year now. I find a noble with more money than sense, fill him up with liquor, and send him her way. They have a good time, and Sorel takes her fee. And a little extra. He rubs his finger together. 100 coppers here, a trinket there, it's a bounty for us, and these lords and ladies never notice anything missing. That's dishonest. He narrows his eye. It's surviving. He points a finger to one ruby ring, catches the light. If those nobles have more wealth than they can hang onto, why should they keep it? Well, I guess that's actually common sense, isn't it? Like, most rich people don't even know what to do with their money. Most people, I've noticed even in real life, most rich people will be afraid to spend money. Anyway, we always split the bounty until a week ago. He squeezes his lips into a tight frown. She takes a necklace of some noble. It's an Engwithan medallion, damn near priceless. The relic is sacred to my clan, but she won't part with it for any sum I could afford. He tugs at the gold chain around his neck. And even if I wanted to, I can't go home without it. So, you want me to retrieve the medallion from Sorel? You'll find her at the Salty Mast. The only way anyone sees her there days is by paying, so you'll have to go through Mea. Mea? He fidgets with his sleeve. But whatever you do, please don't hurt her. Don't hurt her? Well, you never know what I'm gonna do. Well, no, I'm not gonna hurt her, of course not. Maybe. Or maybe I am. Who knows? I don't know. Do you know? Okay, so let's go talk to Elka here, and then we're gonna go... Curran! Curran is his name. Curran is the name of the Orlan guy.
Hello.
I was hoping I'd seen you soon. Have found anything yet? Still yourself, Elka! He's dead! Oh my. I'm afraid I have bad news. Kendall is dead. Should I hurt her, Dalek? Are you suggesting that I should hurt the elf? We'll see. Elka lets out a breath. I see. Pity, anger, and sadness flickers across her face, almost too quickly to distinguish. I knew that woman was trouble. She seems lost in thought for several seconds. That evil woman has already paid... Oh, will pay for her crimes over a dozen lifetimes. Yes, Elka nods silently. I hope she does. Fine, Dalek. I will hurt the lady for you. Even despite the fact that goes a bit against the principle of this character, but... Well, I suppose not. Well, I suppose it does. Finally, she turns back to you. I appreciate you coming to tell me. I think I need some time to myself, right now. Alright. We're not getting anything from this, but it's actually a role-playing... It's a role-playing perspective to return this information to these guys, right? I have the feeling that it would make sense that if you find out the mystery's solution, you just tell them. Okay, so let's talk to Curran, which is gonna advance and end the quest, I believe.
Greetings.
Curran picks up his ears. Back with news, perhaps? Yes, I did find indeed the missing people. Yes, you've been all over the Files Bay since last we spoke. His alert eyes search you. What did you find? They were all murdered. A woman named Lumdala killed them as part of her performances. He hisses. Something big, I knew it. I'll send my men after her right away. It's too late for that. She confronted me before I could get to you. I killed her. Indeed. Curran's toothy smiles widens. I can't say I'm terribly sorry. You've been a resourceful investigator, and your shrewdness has helped me resolve a most troublesome case, and saved many lives, I'm sure. There's something else. Amidala had an associate. No. Kendall was fine. Kettle was fine. Glad I could help. As am I, and after all you've done for us, you deserve some compensation. Should we be greedy? Let's get greedy. Pleasure doing business. 3,000 copper! Likewise, farewell, and may you find success in your other ventures. And we gained moderate reputation with the Defiance base, so our current reputation is still hero, but that's simply because there's so many quests in Defiance Bay that it's a bit harder to increase their reputation with them. Give me a second here, I'm gonna fill up my glass of water and drink some. I'm a bit dry right now. And we're gonna go to the Salty Mass to report to Ollie, as well as go talk to the elven lady that was with the guy in the charred barrel. What was his name again? You think I remember, but I really don't. I have poor short-term memory, I apologize. Okie dokie. God, I love this music. Andre's Gift soundtrack is so good. It's called Andre's Gift. It also plays in Brackenbury though. I could listen to this all day long, really. The soundtrack in this game is excellent. Of course, now it's gonna be a bit of a different scenery now that we enter the whorehouse. The soundtrack is gonna be all jolly about and around. Is it? I guess not. Ollie! Ollie looks over as you approach. What did you find? Is Landry living the high life with a respectable job and a fancy woman? Unfortunately, no. Landry is dead. Well, if that don't just... His hand tightens around his cup and looks away. I told that Clark to enjoy the simple life, but he got these high-minded ideas. Couldn't stop thinking about how things might have been different. Look, thanks for telling me, I guess. He takes a gulp from his drink. I'm going to need a few more of this. Running away here won't bring Landry back. It's time for a change. Nope, it's time for a drink. Goodbye, stranger. Well, okay then. Fair enough. Yo, Maya, whatever. The Amawa woman watches you suspiciously. One hand is tensed at her side, but as you approach, she relaxes and gives you a friendly, if wary smile. I don't see many outfitted like you who aren't looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you? No, I'm not in fact looking for trouble. I'm looking for a certain Serel. She laughs. You must be new in town, dearie. She's only the most sought-after girl in the district. You want to spend time with her, just ask. She's 1,000 for the night, but she's worth every pound. Or so they tell me. Fancy go with her? She nudges you in the ribs. Best money you can spend in the gift. Fine, 1,000 it is. You'll find her quarters upstairs. She lays a large hand on your shoulder. And keep that temper of yours in check, or the burly fellows at her door will have to go to get rough. Oh, we'll see about that, missus. We'll see about that. But before we go there, we're gonna go to the Gentleman Club and see if we can spend our money now on some unique weaponry. Supposedly, last time I visited, they told me, I was reported in chat that, it was reported to me in chat, rather, that those are actually backer items. You, right? Yeah, show me your special stock. Let's see. I'd rather not check the weaponry necessarily. Unless if we can give some... No, Nephi has good weapons. Ivan has punches. He doesn't need any weapons. My character has swords. We could search for unique swords really quickly. Is this a sword? No, this is a great sword. What other is a sword? Gift of Lorn. I mean... Hello? My name is Lorn? No? Lyssandra's Blade is a unique one-handed sword. And it's pretty trash. Are all of these just exceptional items? These are only exceptional items with special names. They're pretty boring now, come to think of it. Even these ones? No, these ones are a bit different. So, the first two, maybe three? No, just the first two seems to be special items. That's kind of lame. Oh well. Let's see the other items, I guess. Cloak of Theocrat. 1 resolve and intellect. I guess it's something. 2 constitution for Don Paco's codpiece of vigor. A couple of helms. Crit multiplier. 1 resolve. We can go with Don Paco's thing of something. Yes, codpiece of vigor. Let's go with that. It's 3,000 spent well, I believe. Now, who do we give it to? I have Constitution from the Whisper of Yanwood, so we don't need it. He has it from Snurf's Folly. Ivan, I don't think he does have anything Constitution related. He doesn't, does he? What kind of belt does he have, though? Oh yeah, he has the wood skin from Critical Hit. It's pretty decent. He has Constitution. I don't think he does. Oh no, he does have 1 Constitution and 2 Might. So I guess everyone has a bit of Constitution. You're really gonna wear a codpiece? Of course I am. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. Okay, we're gonna give it to Ivan. It's gonna raise his endurance by 13 points and his health even more. But we're gonna keep this belt around. Does anyone not have a belt? What kind of belt do I have? 20% frenzy duration is good. You could give it to Adair since he is a tank. He's gonna actually benefit from it. And yes, our monk right now has a codpiece around his undergarments. Yes. Gotta protect his cod. Exactly, exactly, Dalek. See, you understand this. Oog. Cringe. Haha. Wait a second, I'm gonna haha. I'm gonna haha. Haha. There we go. Alright.
Yes.
Hello, Serel. This might be trouble now.
Keep you.
Powder almost hides the circles under her eyes, and rouge dusts her 2 prominent cheekbones. Despite it all, Serel is beautiful. She favors you with a smile. She must have practiced and perfected. Hello, strangers. Stranger, let me make you more comfortable. Say, I'm here on a quest to restore a Glenfathan clan. She takes in your attire. So you like role-playing? I can work with that. No, well, I do like role-playing, but no, your friend Tristan sent me. He needs that medallion. Like, really. So do I, Serel raises her chin. I offered him his half of the money, and he refused it. She crossed her arms and paces its slow circle, and paces in a slow circle around you. I'm sure he told you all about his broken clan. Did he also tell you that I got him where he is today? I really am sorry for him, but I'll bet you anything he lives better now than he did in our Air Glenfath. I've worked a long time for a way out, and I'm not giving it up just because Tristan suddenly gotten nostalgic. Well, I promised something to Dalek, despite the fact that I don't really like it. I promised him. Fair and square. It's one way or another. You'll give me the medallion. Cyril's eyes dart at the door. Guards! You really want to do this? I'm gonna do this all alone. I can do this all alone, misters. Okay, I can do this all alone. People, help! Help! Ah! Oh god. Mistakes were made. Big mistakes were made. Durance, heal me! Heal me! That. Yes, that. Whoops. Lauren, just say you are a whore too and change her charge her the medallion for your services. I mean, that would be possibly a good way to treat. Oh, I'm almost dead. Yo, Durance, can you kill me? Thank you. You're a sweetie pie. My god, these guards are tough, mean sons of cookies. Hello. Can you do the heal? Yeah, the heal will do. Well, I guess I want to... Okay, crit 48 damage. My god, Van. You just fucking wrecked that fool. Hey, I got a lot of items.
As you wish.
The woman shrinks away from you. Get away from me! Give me the Nguyen medallion! She looks at her dead guard in disbelief. By the flame, I never would have... She yanks a medallion out of her bodice and hurls it into her lips trembling. Take the piece of junk. Hell, take Tristan and his whole damn tribe. Well, I didn't punch her, but...
What is it?
I got a freaking item. Fair and square. I mean, fair and square. Not really fair and square. I just kind of killed a couple of people, and I'm probably banned from this place. Hopefully, lady downstairs doesn't mind this too much. Whoops! I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. Hello? Yeah, don't mind me. I spent my time with her. Bye. This is fine. Okie dokie. Let's see now. What is happening right here? We can leave this place, yes. Let's leave this place. Let's return the medallion to Tristan. And then we can continue with resting at the tavern. But before that, we're gonna swap out a bit. We're gonna do some party rotation. But yeah, I guess if this was D&D tabletop and if we were playing with dice rolls, I guess I could have just tried to convince the prostitute that I was the prostitute, and for my services I am worth the medallion. I guess that's something. We'll see. Well, not we'll see, but it would have been a clever idea, but probably not. Hey, look! It's Isabel! Yes, this is totally me trying to pick the attention of someone in chat. Sorry. I did it on purpose, okay? I saw the name of the backer and I did it on purpose. Yo, Tristan.
Gods keep you.
The fancy elf eyes you and your pack. Did you do it? Did you get the medallion from Sorel? Absolutely. Tristan's eyes are as wide and round as the artifact in his hands. You've given my people a gift we couldn't possibly repay. I'll do the best I can, though. He shoves a bag of coin into your hands. This is everything I have. I know that's not you, Van. I know that's not you. Believe me. I know it's not you, but the name was similar. That's why I said it. That's everything I have. Take it, please. What does he want to give me? Money? Nah, keep it. Your clan could use it to rebuild. The Shattering Spear will sing of your kindness for generations to come. If you ever find yourself in Erglanfath, please honor us with your visit. Farewell. He hurries out of the inn, his fancy cloak dragging on the ground. I don't want to have a fancy cloak. It's okay, my name is gonna be in that fire, and you'll be like, hey, my friend name is in that fire. Lauren, Fungineer, Tanker Darren, welcome to the stream. Very good. Very, very good. Welcome to the stream, Tanker. How you doing? How you doing, my friend?
Good day, stranger.
I think I didn't thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Tanker. Much appreciated. You have no idea how much a follow means to me. It means the world, let me tell you. What can I get you? I'd like an inn, a room, a thing. Yes, room, thing, actually. Yeah, let's swap out party members right now. We're going to swap out Ivan and Neffy.
Already gone.
You walk your
No,
path,
not
I'll
him.
walk mine.
Ivan and
I'll
Neffy.
go.
Instead, we're going to bring in Lady Auntie Golb and Aloth. Yes, we're gonna go with one extra NPC for the time. No, actually, let's.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Let's. No.
You can
Durance.
trust me.
Adair dismissed. Kazul recruited. You're doing good? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. We've been streaming a bit of Pillars of Eternity. I haven't been streaming it for a while now, I think. Basically, last week I haven't streamed it at all, have I? No, I think I streamed it once. Okay, so we have 3 characters to level up here. We're gonna do that before we continue, and then we're gonna rest in the inn. So Kazul is a warrior, similar to, or rather, a fighter, similar to Adair. That's why I replaced him. I'm gonna give him that 6 survival points. And we're going to give him... Weary Defender, 5 to all defenses except or deflection. Or we could give him maybe... I don't know. Maybe something utility-wise. Is there something utility-wise that is useful? See, for fighters I have a problem. I don't know exactly what to level them up with. Field triage. We could go with... we could go with Wary Defender. It's not a bad idea. 5-2 all defense is not bad. Okay. Okay, so he's only level 6. I guess he's very close to leveling, though. No, not really.
How bad?
He's just behind with experience. You're gonna go with mechanics. We need all that mechanics as much mechanics as we can get. Okay, so she gets a bunch of things now. Lightning Strike is nice, but not necessary. Neither is Escape. Dirty Fighting, 10% of hit converted to crits. Finishing Blow is really nice, twice per rest though. That's the downside. Adept Evasion, 75% of incoming grazes converted to misses. 50% of hits converted to grazes. Something to consider together with, what was it again? Riposte. She has Riposte, so she could do that. Coordinated Positioning, what does it do? In one quick move, the rogue instantly switches position with one nearby target, cancelling engagement if in effect. Automatic when targeting an ally, otherwise must hit versus an enemy's reflex. Okay. That could be interesting. To swap out a warrior out of combat if she is very incredibly tanky, I guess. But we haven't really built her around tankiness. Deep Wounds gives basically a poison effect to your attack. Persistent Distraction. Whenever the rogue is contributing to the flanked affliction on a target, the victim is also distracted. What does distraction mean? Can I just hover over and it'll tell me? Yes. Affliction lowers all of the target's defenses by 6, lowering their number of engagement targets by 1. For most characters, this means they cannot hold any enemies in engagement while distracted. That sounds very tasty, actually, and it's passive. I'm gonna go with Persistent Distraction. This sounds really good when you're flanking. Really, really good. And Aloth, you will be level 8. Okay. Let's level up your lore a bit. We can also go with Mechanics to 9. Sure, you're gonna be a bit better than Anti-Galp, but that's fine. As for a level 4 spell... Writhing Tentacles, Wall of Flame. I mean, I could go with some Writhing Tentacles right now. No, I'm saying I shouldn't be saying that. I shouldn't be saying that. Sorry. Wall of Flame does very little damage, but it's persistent. It lasts a while, doesn't it? Yeah, 30 seconds. If a fight lasts long enough, 30 seconds, 8 times 30 is 240 burn damage maximum. It's not bad. Levels. Fat kids lag in real life or just simply lag. How are you doing? How are you doing, my friend? Hope the day's treating you well. And Felgalund, also you. How are you doing? Hope the day's also treating you well. I hope everyone's day is treating them well. For me it is. Thus far. 3 hours in, I'm having fun here. Pillars is a fun game. I'm gonna go with Wall of Flame. Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery wall. You've installed Windows 10, and your multiplayer game is locked by Windows security. And I fell into another Microsoft trap. And it burns as my firewall stops. Okay, it's pretty bad, I'm sorry. We could go with Grimoire Slam right now, but... unless if we go with the Savage... Not Savage Attack, what was it? Which one was it again? Dangerous Implement. 25% damage with implements. I don't know, we could go with that. Penetrating Shot. 20% ranged attack speed, 5... range damage reduction bypass modal. Oh no, minus 20 range attack speed. Okay. Arcane Veil? Nah. Let's go with Grimoire Slam. It's pretty ridiculous how you punch things with a Grimoire. I like that. Okay, we're gonna rest now.
Well met, friend.
Why am I talking with Anti-Galp? Doesn't matter. Let's see your rooms. 2 Intellect 10 Will or 2 Perception 1 Stealth. Let's go with the Intellect bonus. It's pretty decent.
What is it?
Okay, we're all fully ready. We just need to put formations in the party correctly. That should be it. Yes. Good. Give me a second to check something out on my computer. Okie dokie.
Certainly.
So, what I think we're gonna do is... let me think this out now. We're already 3 hours in. We could actually stop the stream a bit.
As you wish.
We're gonna continue on until we finish the Brackenbury quest. And after the Brackenbury Sanitarium quest, we're gonna halt. Sounds good to you guys? Sounds good to me. I'm getting a bit tired from streaming, but it's fun. It's been so much fun today, so I will continue for a little while longer. Now let me just do something really quickly. Doing good, doing good. It's all important that everyone is doing good. That's what all that matters. Always consider the day worthwhile living, or something like that. I don't know what I'm talking about, but you know. Anyway, we're in the sanitarium now, and we can actually talk to the statue here. If you give me a second again. Making me want to play this game again. Yeah, I guess that's true. It's a very addictive game, this one. I like it a lot. I don't know, it's just that it always gives me some peace of mind, really. It calms me down. The whole game, the whole environment of this game, despite how sometimes dark it gets, it just calms me down. Let me think now this. Because I think I want maybe to continue a bit longer this stream if I were to take a brief break. Okay, so I think I'm gonna take a brief break for dinner. And then we're going to return. Now, because I had some issues on YouTube when uploading the VOD last time, I wasn't actually able to upload it successfully without removing a piece of the stream. So I'm not gonna put any music, I'm just gonna put my break screen on, and I'm gonna return in about 15-ish minutes, and hopefully you'll be here to see me play on. I apologize for the sudden break, it's just a matter of timing. Right now it's the ideal time for dinner since it's ready fresh. So I'll return very briefly, and until then, please stay all put and safe and sound. And if I can see you again, well, then just say bye in chat, and I'll make sure to respond in return, even if I'm late to it. All right? Thanks for understanding. Back. I apologize for that delay. It took me a bit longer than I hoped it would, but I'm back now, and we're gonna resume from where we left off. Monitor capture, Pillars of Eternity, let's go. Okay, so we're in the Brackenbury Sanitarium. This is basically... Oh, Jesus! Professional stream. My stream apparently was... My stream preview window was... My stream preview windows was playing in the background. I apologize. Professional streaming. Stream. Okay, so we're in the Brackenbury Sanitarium. This is the home of Animancy of Defiance Bay. And we're gonna talk to the head Animancer here, the head warden, Ethel Moore. That echo though. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Dalek. Hello. A well-maintained statue of a middle-aged man presides over the room, looking down unblinkingly over a bustle of harried academics pestered by the hopeful desperate. A strong warmth emanates from it that you could sense from across the room. There is a human soul stored beneath the stonework. You feel its attention turned towards you. Liking the numbers I got? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Katul! Just in time. We just resumed from the break, and you just entered the party for through party rotation, Kazul. How you doing, my friend? Hope the day's treating you well. Also, since I didn't say it by voice, hope also Wes is doing well as well. Well as well. How you doing, guys? Alright. Head Warden Ethelmore says, "It has been some time since a watcher grazed these halls." His voice echoes deeply, rumbling the floor beneath. "I'm envious of your natural insights, traveler. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. Now, what is it that has brought you to my sanitarium? You have a member of the Laden Key in your midst." Ethelmore groans, and the stone around him shudders. "I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether calamity has struck on its own. But a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time. They are perpetual nuisances." Okay. "Once again, I'm reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they would be of some use in verifying one's identity. You are at odds with the Laden Key as well, I take it?" So this, just like the Herald in Cad Nua, is basically a soul entrapped in a statue. Probably infused with Adra, because Adra is usually a good catalyst for souls, of course. They have something I need. I hope it is a knowledge you seek. They are seldom keen to part with it. Do you have some idea of who this person might be?" "I suspect it's a patient, actually." "Very well. In that case, I would recommend you speak with our resident Animancers. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here on their offices or in their offices downstairs. You report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request." I'm doing pretty well myself, Gatsul. The stream has been terrible fun thus far, honestly. I don't know what's going on up here, but apparently there is a bunch of people around here. I don't mind, man. I don't mind at all. But just Pillars of Eternity, man. Pillars of Eternity is so much fun. Like, every time I replay this game, I seem to start loving it more and more. I just seem to grow fonder. I seem to grow a bond with the game, even. As ridiculous as that sounds. I guess it's somewhat reminiscent to basically Dark Souls 1 and 2 for me, you know? I grew a bond with those games, and I can hardly ever not replay them. I always find a reason to replay these games, so it's actually very big fun. Other than that, it's been pretty quiet and all well. And we'll see now that we resolve this quest right here, right now. For all of those that have missed this part, basically when we were in the Temple of Vudika, we've seen a vision through the the person there, the priestess or whatever she was, I forgot. She gives us a vision of a man waiting in a cell, and this is possibly the operative from the Leaden Key. Are you the Animancer who's been buying relics from... No, let's go with... does anyone here know anything about awakenings? There is an Animancer on the lower floor who came all the way from Revua to study them. Take the stairs down and look for Belisage. Alrighty, I'll see to it myself.
What is it?
That is actually Aleth's quest, actually. Actually. I say actually way too much, unfortunately. I'm sorry, guys. I'm awkward with my speech sometimes. Give me some synonyms to actually. Presently, I don't know. My English is bad. Sorry. Anyway, Belisage should be right here. Yep. This lady dressed in very colorful clothes.
Gods keep you.
A woman paces back and forth, her feet crunching on soft red carpet. She gestures and mumbles to herself, shaking her head as she pores over the pages of notes. She almost walks into you. Eccoci! Here I am, looking so hard for answers in my research, that I do not see the key standing in front of me. What can I do? So she is quite clearly, from her speech and the name, you can actually deduce that she is from the Valian Republics, or basically real-life Republic of Venice, or rather in-game Republic of Venice, if you wish. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. She laughs bitterly. Ach, that would be me. Though the lack of research subjects has made me more of an expert in counting floorboards, I would like to transfer animancy, success in buttressing pre-awakened souls to soothing those whose souls have already awakened. But I need subjects, and most of those patients here are too broken to produce reliable results. It is a tragedy to have come so far for nothing. Republics of Ven. Yeah, Republic of Ven. Exactly that, Dalek. Exactly that. You're in luck. I have a volunteer. She springs to the balls of her feet, beaming. Gelarde! Who is it? Aleth's lip curls into a frown. I don't know about this. She grins more broadly still. Don't be silly. The procedure is perfectly harmless. All you need to do is stand in that cage. I beg your pardon? I jest! You Adirians are so uptight. I do not even know what the thing is used for. It belonged for the last occupant of the office, I think. Now, they upgraded him to a cell. Again, I jest. She rubs her hands together, getting down to business. So, I need you to sit here. She takes Aleth by the shoulders and steers him to the couch. And try to relax. But don't try too hard. Then you will not be relaxing. Well, I mean, you shouldn't try hard, yeah, but if you want to relax, yeah, exactly. Damn right, yeah, the Republics of Ven. Perfectly rebranded now, the Valian Republics into the Republics of Ven. Indeed, his eyes are humorless. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but the copper will help conduct your essence. The Animancer fastens the thick copper bands to Aleth's forehead and wrists. As she ratchets them to get tighter, his face twitches with suppressed irritation. Now, I will examine your soul through my scope. She reaches into her desk and produces a long chambered tube. Knobs, dials, and small toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with other lenses cut to different thicknesses and concavities. By manipulating them, I find the angles and densities that will allow me to track anomalies in your soul. She raises a finger. But first we must find this cunning interloper. You will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Aleth squirms on the couch. Very well. She holds the scope to her eye and flicks a knob. To begin, tell me something personal. Something from a time before your awakening. There's nothing to tell. I was just a normal child living in Sithwood. He looks to you. His face is set in a frown, but the rigid edges of apprehension show through nevertheless. Talk about your parents. As you speak to Aleth, you feel your voice like a bell. You feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, luring him into the mists of his own memory. Belisage doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as if your words are smoothing his essence, untangling its many threads. He closes his eyes. Mother is away most of the time with the Taines family, but I always know when she is coming home. Father's bottles accumulate like storm clouds on the horizon. His fits of temper become swifter and more violent. It still shames him, knowing that her hemneg to another man supports us better than his labors as a steward. This is good. I'm starting to see something. Continue. Tell us about the time you awakened. She bites her tongue as she twists one of her dials. I am in my 5th year of training. Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because she is around. He's usually only angry with her. But he has heard that I have had trouble casting missiles, that my flame shields are unstable. He's furious that I have failed, and Mother's presence reminds him that he has failed too. The first blow takes me by surprise. One moment I am sweeping the kitchen, the next time sprawled on the ground, stupidly looking at flecks of my blood on the tile. His boot glistering with fresh polish, thud across the floor. He kicks me in the stomach, and I curl up to shield my vitals. It is pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. Still huddled on the ground, I retreat as fast as I can. I retreat until the vision of the kitchen and my own trembling knees is nothing but a pinprick against a field of black. His jaw locks and his eyes twitch beneath their lids. Madico! Belisage furiously cranks the knobs along her scope. He's hypnotized himself with the old memory. You've only got to bring him out of it. Quickly, I almost have it. Squeeze Alo's hand. You're safe. Everything is fine. This is fine. Alo's eyes snap open, but the expression you see in them isn't his. He's near safe when I hap upon him. Oh wait. That's the wrong voice. He's near safe when I hap upon him. Belisage sucks a deep breath through her teeth. That's it. I'm seeing a shift in his essence. Something spreading and congealing. She glances at you over her scope. Keep talking. He seems to respond to you. What brought you here? Cracking bones and voices high in air. The warm molasses feeling that crisps down your gut when crisis is nigh. Perfetto! We have flares of totally distinct essence. She jots shorthand notes into the pages next to her and turns one clicking knob of her scope. And I try to get the two of them talking. Aleph, ask Isolmir what she's doing. Aleph's face twists in fury. Sticking wheat warming parasite. Oh. He bursts into sudden laughter. Yet say the same to your own kindled twig when it betrays ye. Good, yes. Very good. She rests from her scribbling only to make another adjustment to her scope. I can now see 2 separate patterns of essence. Where he ebbs, the other flows. It is as if the awakened soul fills the spaces that he leaves empty. She prompts you with a circling of her wrist, quill still in hand. Go on. Isolmir, what exactly are you taking from him? Now more than I'm giving. You should ask what I did that old man of his. How, excuse me there, this is a bit difficult to read. How the last time he laid a hand on us, I break it in 3 places. Ella's head jerks to the side. That wasn't your decision. It's never been your decision. I was awakening, but now I'm stuck with ye. And damned if I let your ninnying drag us both through the scupper. Ack, very good. She lowers her scope and consults her notes. I think I finally got something we can work with. I've tracked Isolmir's essence throughout the exchange, she had a peculiarly high density index during the most heated portion of the arguments, and her essence seemed to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left ribcage. That's right around the spleen, which of course means that she is triggered by black bile. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. Alot blinks back at you, and in the midst of his perturbation, you're not quite sure who's looking out of his eyes. That's utter horse shit. She glares at him. Yes, never mind my years of training. I suppose you have a better explanation. I think Isomir appears. Occurrences are related to potential sources of trouble for Aloth. Belisage carefully scratches her jaw, her gaze darting between you and Aloth. I suppose that could be true? She jots another note. I'll have to check this against all other research. He removes the copper band. Well and good for you, but what does this mean for me? Belisage frowns at her notes, tapping her cheek with quill and making a grand show of concentration. However, you catch her stealing a glance at you over the pages. It seems that Isolmir steps in when she determines that you are in danger. It is not clear yet whether this is help or hindrance. From my position, I'd say it's pretty clearly a hindrance. I've got a lot to process. Regardless, thanks for your time, Thebel Freebie. He does not look at Belisage. She sets her notes on her desk and returns to her scope. Well, I hope this has been useful to you as it has been for me. I finally have material worth publishing. You'll be the toast of Revua, Fentrealot. He grimaces melt into a crooked smile. Aye, advancing the rightwise principles of animacy. Just what you've always wanted. As you turn to leave, you catch darting movement out of the corner of your eye. Belisage is humming to herself, still occupied with her scope, but Alos is holding her notes. He's just about to tuck them into the cloak when he catches you watching. He holds a finger to his lips, his eyes wide and imploring. Please, don't tell. I don't want my personal information published like this, especially not after her nonsense. Yes, fair enough. But do it quietly. He hides the papers in his clothes. Not to worry. We'll see to this in our own way. On our own way.
What is it?
Exactly. So this was pretty much most of Alot's quest right here, right now. Taxes collected 650 copper pieces lost to bandits earned 788. Saint even not completed. In Imirgal, Sagani met with priests of Abaddon to discuss the mystery of who had stolen the Smith's Hall artifacts for what purpose. During the investigation, a quirky priest of Whale lent the group his bizarre form of help, answers to the thieves' riddles posed as different riddles. Wait, what? Let me read that again, I apologize. A quirky priest of Whale lent the group his bizarre form of help, answer to the thief's riddle posted as different riddles. Okay, so the priest of Whale posted different riddles to answer the riddles. After tracking down each stolen artifact through a series of additional clues, Sagani and the priest of Abaddon realized that the priest of Whale was the thief. Very pleased with himself, he had no objection to being captured and sent to the Earl of Ymir for punishment. When Sagani left the priest of Abaddon, they were still trying to determine the point of the theft. I mean, it's just like, they're just like, priests of Whale are just mysterious people. They're weird psychopaths, essentially. Okay, so 4 target plus 3 meter radius, effect, foe area of effect, beneficials, effect suspended for 20 seconds. Not great. That's something at least. Alrighty. Why am I sneaking? I shouldn't be sneaking. Sometimes we get people in here trying to make trouble for the Animuses. Okay, let's talk to Ripley here then.
Hail and well met.
A young Gorlan woman traces her fingers along the spines of the books in front of her. Row by row, her motions quick and skittish like a bird's. She does not notice you until you are nearly upon her. Oh my! You startled me. Are you supposed to be here? I'm investigating any suspicion activity in the Centarium. Well, I'm just Master Azo's assistant. He'd know more about that, but he's in the middle of an busy with some patients. You won't be able to see him until he comes out from the patient ward. Is there anything else? I need to get back to work. Is Azo busy with patients or he's running some sort of experiments? I'm just an assistant. It's not my place to gossip. I'm sorry. How do I get into the patient ward? Only Master Azo has access. I guess Head Warden Edelmore does too, but he's, a statue now. What do you do here? I mostly help Master Azo set up and clean his equipment. I also help his office organized. I also keep his office organized since he's too busy to do it himself. Okie dokie, let's go talk to Ethelmore about that and see to it that he gives us an answer to who Master Azo is and if we can enter the warden, or rather not the warden, the ward, the patient's ward. After all, that is possibly the location of our Leaden Key spy.
Welcome!
Welcome! Of course! Have you learned anything of interest? Maybe. Cadman Azo is running experiments in the patients here. Is Cadman Azo? Experiments? Cadman Azo is in charge of the patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experiments. I am disappointed in Cadman. I had hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient wards. I'm granting you immediate access so you can find him. No doubt you will wish to speak to him further on this matter. And I, for one, am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would ask also that you do your best not to agitate the patients. They have enough trouble as it is. Okay. Are you... No, that's all I wanted to ask. Actually, I'm curious, blah, blah, blah. No, it's fine. We're gonna ask about the statue later on, I guess. Now we can go into the patient ward and talk to Azo himself and ask about these experiments he's been conducting on the patients. If on the patients, of course. The patients' wards are just here as we were looking at earlier, but this time around... The head warden says you can go in. Be careful in there. As you can see, there are flesh constructs that are actually guarding this place. And there's plenty of patients as well as guards. Let's talk to this patient called Frail. A curved spine twists this woman's posture forward, her greasy hair draped over her large eyes like vines. She smiles at you. You must be visiting someone. Then noting your appearance, she adds, a friendly visit, I hope. What do you know about this Animancer Azo? Oh, I like him very much. Many Animancers could care less about their patients, look at us like vermin for their experiments, but Master Azo treats us like humans, even the very sick. You can tell he does this to help people. He's helped me understand a great deal about myself, and I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's still affected by it. What happened to Azo? Frail's eyes dart back and forth. Her voice lowers to just above a whisper. They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Deerwood. That was his reputation here, and that was what brought me to seek treatment. People say it was ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash. Even if he was a bit of a showman, he loves his homeland. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work, suspected his colleagues might have tried to steal it, but he told me once that he had figured out a way to create a soul. Not a soul exactly, mind you. How did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. He had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. Can you imagine? The point is, it was going to help with legacy. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know, that's something we need. Do you know what they called those empty little babies in Ondra's gift? No, tell me. They call them boys, because so many of them are found floating face down in the water. These are meant times. Yeah, that's pretty disturbing, isn't it? Boys for dead babies. Anyway, Master Azo has scheduled a public demonstration of his work in Copper Lane. He was so excited. And then the next day he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard, and he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him, but I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. Do you know where I might find Azo? I don't think I've seen him around today. Have you checked the laboratory? It shares a wall with his office. He's been spending most of his time there lately. Have any of the patients here been acting unusually? Well, there's Batixa, who relives a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Idleman, who they say only has half a soul, and who was found collecting the faces of others because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in a language no one understands and wails at night sometimes. Different than normal behavior, I mean. Well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Azo let us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for a new therapy and would be escorted in his laboratory to receive treatment. Treatment? Did I just say that like that? The North Ward was our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get the help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since it started. It's Graham I see them taking the most. He struggles, but he always was a bit of a wild one. Would I be able to visit the North Ward? They like to keep them separate. I don't know what I've ever seen the guards allow visitors. Just Master Azo. You might ask him. He's very sympathetic. Why are you here? Behind her hair, her cheeks flush. I don't want to say. You'll think less of me. I'm listening. These last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really. I try to think of it as personal. I lost my husband and both boys to the Saints' War. My daughter, the legacy took her before she was even ever mine. I made do. What else can you do? I moved into a tiny place in Under's Gift, got mending clothes, and on the kindness of strangers when I had to. But I was surviving, and the gods were watching over me. I could live with that. Then, one day, this noblewoman comes in, wants this fancy gown fixed, gorgeous thing, the shade of blue I'd never seen before. Only I looked at it, and it reminded me of something. It had what they call an awakening. I don't remember being a noble woman myself in another life, people doting over me, men doting over me, me, the best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you'd never dare to dream of, they were mine. It was poison, knowing that. All those things I had that I'll never have in this life. It did something to me. My foot started to taste rotten. The walls in the little room seemed to close in around me. I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was that or break into an estate and start ordering servants around. It seems like such a silly thing to worry about. You don't have to tell me. But I can't get past it, and I start to wonder, did the gods choose this life for me? Or if so, what terrible thing must I have done to deserve it? I don't know. Nobody deserves to go through what you've gone through. I hope not. I can't even imagine the monster who deserves what half the patients here go through every day. Oh well, we got a nice little talk with Frail here. Let's go now talk with Cadman proper, who is in a laboratory just here.
I shall make it so.
Please do.
It's done.
Holy Mother of God, it's a unique mace. 3 damage reduction, 4 accuracy when attacking the same target as an ally, 25 damage when attacking the same target as an ally, damaging 3, 45 damage % increase. Holy moly moly. I feel like we could do it this instead of the Shame of Glory. It's very damaging. This mace is incredibly damaging. 20 to 29, in fact. We can give Shame of Glory to Kazul. He's gonna do a bit more damage with it. And he gets damaged a lot, so, you know, having him fall under 50% health doesn't seem to be that unlikely. But what interests me most about this mace is this damage when attacking the same target. 25% against bosses. This is gonna be great.
I can get it to
Absolutely.
It's done.
And a unique armor. Blade Golem. 7 damage reduction, recover speed minus 25, stun duration minus 50, knockdown duration minus 50, 50 defense while stunned, 50 defense while prone, fine plus 2. That is quite a catch. That is quite a catch. We might wear it with someone. Let's compare it with my own armor, but I think my armor is pretty decent. It's exceptional. Is this already... I think it's already included in this number here. This is a bit slower though. What else it gives? 2 survival. Okay. 2 survival and it's exceptional, whereas this one... Let's see. Crush, Pierce, Burn, and Corrode. Yeah, it's basically best in all of these. I think I'm gonna give this armor to... probably Auntie Gulb. Yeah, because she's pretty much the only one that doesn't have a special armor of this, and she looks pretty much more of a feral person right now, as she was supposed to be built, of course. I think it's gonna work out great for Auntie Gulb. She's gonna be much tankier against prone attacks and stun attacks. A round-faced, balding man turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled upward slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
Ethelmore told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments. Yes, well, Ethelmore hasn't been much good for anyone since he had his soul moved into an inanimate object, so I failed to see why I should let that sway me. If Animancers all followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backward and willingly ignorant as Reateris. We would know nothing about life or death or even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark with no clue as to why. Seb! Hello, Seb, and welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hope the day's treating you well. Also, I'm not Laurel anymore. You know that. I killed the 4 kings, mister. I killed the 4 kings. How are you doing, mister? Hope the day's treating you well, once more. We're playing some Pillars of Eternity, and I'm having the day of my life, man. This is great. I haven't enjoyed this game in such a long time, and I cannot stop repeating myself. I really love this game. I never thought I'd find myself in an agreement with a statue, but Ethelmore is right about this fellow, at least. He sneers at Azo. How easily ambition masquerades as prudence. I'll bet he's fooled even himself. You toy with things beyond our comprehension. It's dangerous and foolish.
Are you from Reateris? Are you Wydwin himself, risen to smite me for my heretical belief in learning who I am and why I exist? Please. You are afraid because men have taught you to be afraid. Because they were taught to be afraid. These things are only beyond our comprehension because of the fears of people like you.
You're doing like shit? Had to supervise a photo shooting today, but I was terribly hungover, and now I'm back home and I have to work again. Ah, god damn it. But I'm glad you're enjoying this awesome game. Yeah, I can't have enough of this game, man. I really can't. And I hope that you're gonna feel better soon, and that work will not plague your Sunday too heavily, or even tomorrow too heavily. And yeah, I really genuinely hope that at least the hangover effect can pass out immediately, or if it did already, then I hope that it will not be returning in the form of a quirky headache while you sleep or something like that. I hate hangovers, but I rarely do get hangover. Over the course of this last couple of years, I only truly got hangover twice, I believe. truly hungover. And then, and both of those times, I was drinking a very disproportionate amount of whiskey. Yeah, that was not great, come to think of it. But ever since then, I didn't really drink whiskey anymore. I usually spend most of my time, there are 3 alcohols that I drink. Beer, wine, and cider. I really don't like anything else, unfortunately. You hope not? Well, I hope so too, man. I hope that you're gonna be all fine. And I hope that you can have at least a bit of rest today, this evening, or whenever it is. Anyway, I don't know. I've been drinking much the past 5 months. Me too. I've been drinking a lot of beer, but luckily beer just makes me drunk. It just makes... Oh, you haven't been drinking! Oh, never mind. Then it's the opposite of me. I've been drinking a bunch the last couple of months. I guess anxiety did something to me. But since I'm old, I don't really feel drunk when I drink. But hangovers are awful. Fucking being 30. You're 30? I thought you were younger given the picture of your tweeters, honestly. I am 26. I'm gonna be 27 this year, and I feel old, man. I really, really feel old. I need a break from normality. I need to retire, and I'm not even formally employed full-time. I'll insert another haha just for the sake and purpose of haha. There we go.
Who will solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an Animancer, or it will be no one at all.
Don't hold your hopes up, mister. Have you heard, have you tried your experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it, now that Elmore is involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients, and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood their sacrifices would mean something. I heard you were demoted. How did it happen? As those nostrils flare and he bares his upper teeth more broadly. That is none of your concerns. No, wait, what? Did one of the other put you up to this? Oddmere, the smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how. I'll never know. He splits on the floor, as if to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. I'll be lurking a bit, but I'll be back. Alright! Lurk. Yeah, there is no lurk command, unfortunately, here, but thanks for hanging out, and thanks for saying hi, and enjoy your lurk, Seb. Enjoy your lurk. I'd like access to the North Ward. Out of question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. Your forehead seems damp all of a sudden. Perhaps I should discuss your insubordination with the head warden.
You smug cretin. How dare you come down here and meddle? You have no idea the importance of my research.
Don't I? He balls up his fist and digs his teeth into his index finger. A growl slimmering beneath his breath and deep scowl compressing his face. What? Neffy! What the heck are you doing here now? Bro, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 10 minutes, bro. Bro. Come on, bro. Hello, Neffy. How are you doing? Don't ask me about the numbers. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know. I really don't know. Hope the day's treating you well, my friend. You've been awake all night long, haven't you? You've gone home from work because you were sick. You've watched the entirety of Normonaut's stream. Don't lie to me. I woke up at 8. I turned on my monitor. I saw Normonaut was still streaming, and I saw you still posting. Don't lie to me. I know. Yes, I am your mother now. I'm very angry.
Fine. Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
Well, technically speaking, no, you did not tell me the bad news, and I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope that you're gonna feel better soon, friend. But really, you should take better care of yourself and rest more often, you know? I understand that your love for Normonaut is unparalleled, and his stream is super entertaining, but you really, really, really need some rest. I could not fall asleep until 13 today. I was awake for 24 hours. Jesus Christ, man. Take it easy! Of course you're real if you don't take it as easy as this. And it all started when? When you drunk on your stream. Hobby. Oh my god, Hobby. Ivan would be so pissed at you right now. Ivan was here earlier, actually. Ivan was here. Genuinely here, and he was like, hey, my internet's shit. He pulls a key from one of his pockets and nearly slams it down on the floor before handing it to you. Okay. Let's go into the North Ward, which is actually, technically speaking, northeast. Just over this hallway. In these cells, we can actually talk to some people. This is my face? Tell me! Not all of them are inhabited, though. I'm pretty sure just some of them are. Yeah. Thundering sky, rain of blood, innocence must drown! This man has the look in his eyes of a hunted animal, and at your approach, he staggers backwards to the far corner of his cell, halfway appearing as though he would climb the walls if it would get him farther away from you. He cries out, a bizarre primal utterance like nothing you have heard. I need to ask some questions. Graham looks at you blankly. It is unclear whether he understands you or not, but his panic has momentarily subsided. He opens his mouth to speak, but the words that come out are half-formed, as though his tongue were cut out. They are impossible for you to discern, if indeed they are words at all. You think I got a fever from drinking some beers? No, I don't think so, but it probably all started ever since there. It went all downfall. Like, you did a 13-hour stream, the next day you got a bit drunk and had very little sleep, and the next day you were awake for 24 hours and you weren't feeling well. I mean, 1 + 1 + 1 is usually 3, but not always, granted. It depends if we're talking about decimals or if we're talking about, binary. I have no idea how that happened, but I just could not sleep. My entire body was aching. Yeah, I understand that. I think you might have contracted a little bit of a flu. It seems to be very common around Europe this time around the year. Like, half of my city is ill with flu. My girlfriend, which is in Belgium, the whole family was ill with flu. Half of her workplace was gone because of flu. It wouldn't surprise me if in Norway you have flu right now, Neffy, really. The mutilations of animancy, crueler than any torture to disfigure the soul. Let us return the favor to the animancer of this shit hip. Freya said you were being treated by Cadmenazo. He looks at you with uncertainty. Slowly, tentatively, he steps closer to the front of his cell. As he does so, for the first time you can perceive his soul within your ken. It is misshapen, as though maimed by some jagged instrument, and large expanses of it have been gouged out entirely. You feel no barriers of resistance. If you wanted to, you could look further into Graham's soul. You project out towards the maimed soul in front of you, merging with it. Its confusion and fear becoming yours as it whisks you into its depths. You are in a cell. A key turns. The doctor creaks open neglected hinges. Thoughts come to you in waves, incomplete, broken, fearful. Standing at the door is a rotund, balding man. His upper teeth and pointy nose remind you of a rat. He beckons, apologetic. You don't want to go. Anything else in your mind is a single word, and the word is no. But it dissolves before it reaches your lips. You press against the back wall, cornered. You cry out. In darkness, you fight against unseen restraints. You cannot move your arms or legs. The man walks into the room carrying a lit candle in a meager flame, casting long shadows across books and machinery. Straps bind your arms and legs. Cold metal circumscribes the crown of your head and the breadth of your chest. You're going back to lurk. Alright, Zap, enjoy your lurk. Again. I've missed you so much, and I watched Angry Joe review of the game today. Oh yeah, I'm sure that you've noticed the most prominent thing happening. What? Thank you so much for the host, Neffy. Much appreciated, my dear friend. Much appreciated. As I was saying, I'm sure that you were noticing the most prominent thing in his review being one thing that is happening quite often in my game as well, and that is that Ivan oftentimes in combat will just stumble across the back of the fighters and be like, I can't hit them, I'll just stay here. That's exactly the problem. Like, pathing is a bit of a problem here, as well as disengagement is a bit of an issue with this game as well. However, disengagement will work differently in the next game. They already announced it. Disengagement will not be given to everyone ever. It is going to be a specific ability for specific classes, or a specific ability about some specific weapons. The man is sorry. He's in need of raw materials. They dismantled his work and he needs another source. He needs to show them he was right. He thanks you. Also, Neffy, do you like this game? Do you think you would see yourself playing this game if you had a PC that could handle it? Then he turns a knob and you feel yourself begin to crack from within, and you can feel pieces of you torn away, like having your insides chewed by a horde of rats, and you are screaming, a scream you can barely hear. Another night, heavy footsteps outside your door coming for you. You look through a slit in your door. The flesh giant, the artificial being just outside but facing left, facing the end of the hall, the boy there. The boy looks with interest at the giant, then collapses to the floor like a shed snakeskin. The giant convulses for a moment, then rights itself, turns away, and leaves. Graham looks at you, still wild-eyed, but somehow more present. He nods at you, then walks back to the end of his cell. Thank you, Graham. Your help was invaluable to us. And at the end of the hallway, we find Oosgrim. If I had a computer, had a good chair, and I could see myself enjoying this with a cup of coffee and a dark room around me. Absolutely. Well, I've been actually looking around for components today for a streaming computer, and I've come to determine that actually buying a brand new i7 processor would be a bit too expensive. It's like 330 euros in Germany, which is the cheapest place you can get them in Europe, right? I came to the conclusion that maybe your best option would be to buy a new, but couple of years old, Xeon processor, which is basically equal to the i7. You buy a Xeon that has 4 cores and 8 threads, and basically performs exactly the same. There are two downsides though. One, that processor cannot be overclocked, so it will not be going faster than the specs listed. And secondly, it does not have integrated graphics, so you will need a graphics card. However, we can reduce the cost. If I were to upgrade my graphics card, I could, technically speaking, give my graphics card to you. Why is Germany the cheapest? Why is Germany the cheapest, you say? Normally electronics are cheaper here than Germany. That applies to... Well, okay. I don't know how it is for Norway. I know that there are a couple of sites in Norway that apparently have very cheap technology. But the problem is, I always say Germany is cheapest because I'm speaking about European Union terms. And I also know that Germany will send pretty much their stuff all across Europe. From a perspective of a Slovenian person, where components cost ridiculous amount of money, Germany is technically the cheapest. I mean, the graphics card I've been eyeing in Germany is 240 euros. In Slovenia, it's 340 euros. I mean, that's a pretty big deal, you know? It's a pretty big deal. Can you write down the name of the this component? I'm gonna give you a link to PC Part Picker. I made a list. This would be like a very basic list of... I basically picked the best cheap components for every other part. A very basic case, a very basic but good and reliable power supply, a hard drive, some RAM, and a motherboard, plus this processor, which is pretty powerful, but it is 100 euros cheaper than an i7. I'll give you the link right now. This... No, wait, no, wrong link, wrong link, wrong link, wrong link, wrong link, wrong link. Wrong link, Lamau, Mingli. This is the link. This is the link, sorry. Okay, got the link, perfect. Alright, let's return to the game. A willowy adolescent boy stands in the center of his cell, gawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead. The occasional blink his only movement is and it is unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind his glassy, doll-like eyes. In this state, the barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. Let's reach out for his soul. You close your eyes and edge forward towards the boy's soul, and as you near, a sudden malaise comes over you. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath, as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to retreat, to retract, and already you feel yourself plunging into some interminable abyss of thought and memory. You're standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. As far as at the end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child of despondent creators. When the construct is closer, you coil yourself up and spiring toward, passing out of the boy's body as if though it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing forward to the golem now. You're rushing towards the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart toward makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul, implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in it, in this new vessel, you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down the corridors unheeded by the other constructs and scrutinized only by the wary, untrustworthy eyes of the mad. Coming at last to an office, piled with books and scribbles, papers, and perverse implements of animancy, you set your oversized hands upon large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room, and go to work bending wires and unsettling alignments. Intel Core i7 7700K is 400 euros. Yeah, that is basically the currently best processor that you would get for the money. However, there are two things to note. One, it's an unlocked processor, so you can overclock it. For that, you will need a Z motherboard. In that case, you would probably want a Z270 motherboard. Plus, the i7 7700K, like the recent additions to the unlocked processors, comes without a cooler. You need to buy a separate cooler, which can cost another additional 30 to 40 euros. It is incredibly expensive, the i7 7700K. Granted, it's much more powerful than anything of the basic lineup of processor has to offer. Of course, it's not as good as what was it called? i7 6950K that costs like 1,300 euros. But i7 6700, that is not an unlocked and comes with a fan. That one is already a good choice, and you can buy a much cheaper motherboard with it because you cannot overclock it. So there is no reason to buy an overclockable motherboard. You step heavy-footed down the corridors, blah blah blah. Okay. You set your oversized hands upon a large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room, and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Also, hello, Wes. You have an i7 6850K. Jesus Christ, fat kids. Jesus Christ. Isn't that like $800? That processor is one of the strongest ones available right now. Like, of the i7 lineup, of course. There might be a Xeon out there that can be probably stronger than that, like a 12-core Xeon or something like that, if there even is a 12-core Xeon. But that's a 6-core, right? Or is it an 8-core processor? I forget. But those particular, those ones, it was, the motherboard was like 300. Yeah, because, what was it, an X99 motherboard? Those are enthusiast grade. They go to a premium simply because Intel currently has the monopoly of processor strengths. They don't have competition. Because of that, they can actually just pump up the prices like crazy. It's just like it is. So here's hoping that actually Ryzen from AMD, the new series of their processors, will actually rival the Intel setups. Supposedly, their 8-core, 16-threaded Ryzen will be $300 only, and if it's and supposedly it's as strong as a 6950K, so the 1,300 euro Intel or bucks Intel. Supposedly, that's just rumors though. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you're outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tired seats of an amphitheater. You're acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still, but this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features, that's Azo, is strapping you to a machine, the one you had tampered with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl, but this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous, like Rom. Unlike the others, this one has no soul of its own. Okay, just ordered the Intel Core i7 Extreme 6950K 3.0 GHz. That's a very powerful CPU. That's a very expensive CPU. That is currently, I believe, the strongest i7 on the planet. I believe that. And it's absolutely ridiculous. By the way, that processor will not be able to play Dark Souls 3 well on PC. Believe it or not, Dark Souls 3 is shittily optimized for multi-cores. And this lineup has a lot of cores at a lower speed, right? Their clock speed is much lower. And because Dark Souls 3 is optimized on a single core, oftentimes a Pentium processor, a $60 Pentium processor, will actually be able to outperform a 1,200 or $300 processor. It's ridiculous, but it is how it is right now. This is how it is. The man speaks, and the crowd applauds with an enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says, and he pulls a lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bad bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow. But the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as a crystal globe fills with a radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve, and the glow crawls through the tube along the length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be. You have been leading his work astray periodically from some time, altering notes and settings, and playing puppeteer for Hollowborn. But you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark, and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back up to you, up at the crowd. "Behold!" he says, but there is obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly, you take a toddling step forward, then another and another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowburn is capable, and the crowd gasps. Yeah, Z19 or X99 motherboard and an all-in-one liquid cooler CPU. Yeah, because those burn a lot of energy. Intel Pentium, right now the new release is the Intel Pentium 3260. It's a 2-core 4-thread, so it's the first hyper-threaded Pentium. It goes by for about $60 in Germany, and it's a powerhouse. Its core clock at 3.5 GHz is faster than my own i7 right now. Of course, it doesn't have turbo clock, but it has hyper-thread, which makes it work perfectly for any gaming. The problem is for streaming, that might not be enough. The man looks relieved. How do you feel? He asks at a volume meant for the crowd, and this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down onto the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panicked screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host, who could put their faith in animancy now. I'll choose the components after the stream, don't worry about it, baby. I'm gonna stream for another half an hour first. 5 hours is a good enough time to end the stream. You're pulled again from your surrounding, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper past betrayals and murders, and lies upon lies, that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle, at last, on a room you have seen before, expansive, with a tall device encasing an Andra monolith at its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back into reality, and the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that it is the soul of Theos Ex Arcanon, the man you have been searching for, that gazes out from the burrowed husk. Oh my god, this revelation right here, that actually right now the agent of the Leaden Key in control of the patient is not just an agent, it's actually the friggin' leader of the Leaden Key. A watcher, he says. My god, this is actually giving me goosebumps right now. Genuine goosebumps right here. And Neffy, if you're back, could you give me that link, please, in Whisper? So if I perhaps miss it in chat, I can see it in Whisper, please. Or even if Neffy is not here, you could do it yourself, Fatkiz, like in real life, you know. I mean, you could do the service to Neffy, because Neffy is a bit of a BRB freak right now, and he's ill. You made me into a watcher. I need you to undo it. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant. And it seems, for that moment, that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, then seems to think better of what he was about to say. His jaw tightens. So he probably recognizes my past self. He already read my soul, and he saw my previous life. That is the extent of his power. I know your look, your hunger. Hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your reason for being. You are like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backward with startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face, there is no malice, only dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then, suddenly, he slumps forward. And that right there is the power of Theos X Arcanon. He is not what he looks like it is he? He is quite a special snowflake. I can't read all of it, but I think I can make out enough to put one together. You can do it for Nephi too. I mean, if you can help him, like he's trying to build a budget streaming PC that probably can handle some gaming. Honestly, you don't necessarily have to pick a graphics card just yet, because I think I could actually give him my old one. It would be good for some gaming at least. It will not handle like the newest titles at 60 FPS at max settings, of course, but it can still handle some gaming, absolutely. So I think you would need just a processor, motherboard, RAM, hard drive, SSD, it fits within reason, of course, power supply. What's the budget look like? I think he said something along the lines of 900 euros for the whole PC, a desk and a chair, a monitor and a capture card. So, you know, a bit. A bit.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can kill these guys now without getting slaughtered. There's a bit of mispositioning, of course, happening right here. Whoa, okay. Okay, there. Can you actually stop the crazed person here? Thank you. You attack the construct. Excellent. That's tight. It's very tight, yes. That's why I was also looking for used components and Xeon components, cheap Xeon components. It is a very tight budget, unfortunately, but it can be doable. Particularly since he might not need to spend any money on a GPU for now. Besides, if he streams, basically, let's say, if he were to stream from console through a thingy, through a what was it, capture card, he could, in theory, just need a CPU that can handle, like, streaming and all that mumbo jumbo. Okay, Antigalb is gonna die anytime now. I got lucky and already had a desk, haha. Still cost me 1050. Best money spent. Absolutely. I think every money put on a computer, on an actual desktop computer, is well spent. Absolutely. It just is pretty cost prohibitive. But nowadays, actually, it's never been as good as nowadays anymore. Okay, that was Grimoire Slam right there. Antigalb is unfortunately down. My character seems to be still handling himself somewhat. That's good. I didn't hear his scream either, so that's also pretty decent. That site is already in euros. I assume that site is in Norwegian crowns. 900 euros, I don't know how much is it in Norwegian crowns. I believe about 5,000 crowns is 600 euros. You've been doing Odd Nua and you're at level 8 and you want to kill yourself. Yes, I understand that entirely. Odd Nua is fucking boring. Unfortunate truth. Odd Nua is boring. Okay, it seems like we survived the main combat here in the sanitarium, which is good. Allow me to save the game a bit. Yeah, exactly. I had the feeling. I had that feeling. I had the feeling that would be the case. Odd Nua gets really tedious after a while. That's why I'll try to do it in bursts every four levels every now and then. I think seems to be fair. I'll try to translate the monies in euros. Okay, so Norwegian, is it crowns in Norwegian? To euro. Norwegian, yeah, it's Norwegian crowns. Okay, we want 900 euros. So that's 8,000 Norwegian crowns, I assume. But you should ask Nephi. Let's say, since he has to buy a desk and a chair, let's say he could buy it from IKEA for less than 100 easily. A monitor you can find for 80 euros, good monitors. They're not gonna be top of the line, they're not gonna be 144 Hz, they're not gonna be more than 1080p, they're not gonna have IPS, but you can find some for 80 euros onwards. So I'd say about, let's say 700. So yeah, 6,000 Norwegian crowns I think would be the budget for the PC plus Ah, hello Crabcan! Hello Crabcan! Sorry, I've been a bit out of the game now because I've been counting up stuff for a computer for Neffy. We're planning out if he were to build himself a computer, how he would do it with budget, with a restricted budget. How are you doing, Crabcan? And thank you for the auto host, man. Much appreciated. You finished Neo yesterday. That's really good. That's absolutely great, actually. So, how long is the game in general? We'll try to keep it spoiler-free, maybe spoiler-free for the other guys and such. Because I don't know how many other people have played the game.
Well?
But from what I've seen, I like Neo a lot. It's just that I don't think I could play it for extended periods of time. I think I would lose patience. Yeah, sorry, Dalek. I was actually checking components in PC Part Picker. Neffy stuff. I should actually do it after the stream strams. But I can't help myself. I really like PC components and all hardware shit related. These constructs we can... Oh my god, it says the cutest cat. Then it says the cutest cat. I would say over 40 hours, but there's still a lot more to do. Okay, fair enough. So it's a pretty okay sizable game overall. Plus, if you replay it a bit, I feel like it could mean actually quite a lot. And here we have Wichts again. So, children with souls of animals in them. Alrighty. We're gonna progress out slowly. As for Neo itself, I think I can, as I said, I think I could watch it, but playing it just feels very difficult. I don't think I would have the patience to die over and over and over again just to play that game, you know? Okay.
Yes.
I apologize for the distractions. I've been looking a bit away from my monitor for too long, and that's what happens. Let's go back into the game. Let's go talk to Cadman Azo here. Let's see what he has to say. Hello, Azo. What have you done? You've been experimenting on patients against their wills, mangling their souls. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Azo's face drains of what little color it had. How could you possibly... Look, it had to be done. Ethel Moore and the others, they took everything from me. Everything when I was this close. I had to know where I failed and why. Imagine the value if I succeeded. I had something that could make all those hollow infants into something like a real person. And with a few more patrons and a few years research, who knows? No one has come that close with the legacy. It's why I have to continue. Why I have to risk everything here, working in secret. It is why you have to lie to Ethelmore for me. Tell him you've cleared me of all suspicion. I'm not a fan of lying, but I feel like he was onto something for sure. In this case, he was definitely onto something. If that means a chance of stopping the legacy, then you have my silence.
Good. Good. Then we have an understanding. I promise you I won't waste this opportunity.
Alice shakes his head, scowling. The same fool responsible for the cruel salvation thought they'd solve the problems too. A few years of study and research lab doesn't give someone the moral authority to tinker with souls. No, it doesn't, but at the same time, you have to admit that he was getting close, and just because his research was hindered, he wasn't actually able to heal someone from the legacy, from being Hollowborn. Alright, let's go now talk to Ethelmore. 9,000 euros, let's go, boys. I don't think that's worthwhile, Neffy.
Whispers and shadows.
That might be a bit extreme, bro. 9,000 euros is a bit extreme. But you can for that money you can probably build yourself the strongest computer of all times, easily. Of the current times, either way, not of all times, of course. I would hardly ever be able to admit, hey, this is the strongest computer you can ever build forever. That's a bit extreme of a claim, you know?
Blade in the dark.
Okay, let's go talk to Ethelmore. Why am I sneaking? Edward and Ethelmore. What the blazes happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions. I had things under control until I killed the Let and Kill spy, at which point he possessed a flesh construct. Well, it's not true. It's complicated. A patient of yours, Asgrim, was working for the Let and Key, only without knowing it. You finish your explanation and Ethelmore breaks his silence. I have read accounts of people on history who could do what you describe. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far to suggest that they are all the same person. If truly such a person was here among us, plotting our ruin, would that I had a body again, and could be of some real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was a loss of innocent life. We very nearly had another scandal in our hands. What of Azo? What part did his experiments play in this catastrophe? The Let and Key would have found a way to interfere with the sanitarium even without Azo. Your half answer suggests a bias, but it also suggests it's close to the truth. To the truth as I'll get from you. Cadman will remain here, but he will be monitored, and under no circumstance he will have access to any equipment. I mean, that's a bit extreme, isn't it? For that money I could travel the world for a year. Exactly. It's tough on that site. I could do it up on PC Part Picker, but it wouldn't localize. You can pick the parts on PC Part Picker, and I have a good Austrian site that helps you pick parts across Europe, from Germany particularly. But if Neffy can then translate them to Norwegian parts, even better. But I think... hello? Hello? Are you friend or foes? I think they're foe. Ouch. Alrighty, let's go serious then. Let's go absolutely bonkers ham against these duders. Bam. Okay. Van attack still there. You go around here and attack these guys. Excellent. Look at the damage I'm doing right now. This is incredible. Incredible stuff. Okay, now we can cast this spell with Van. Yo, could you go help him for a moment? You Grimoire Slam. You come behind and start flanking this guy. If at all possible. Whoa. Things are being butchered really friggin' fast right now. Pool of Iora is really good at the spell. Okay, that was good. That was not that was decent. That was not bad at all. Some scrolled notes. Written on the scrap of parchment is a concise but detailed description of you, including your name, your distinguishing features, and everyone you're known to have associated with in your brief time in Durwood. Ouch. Okay, let's loot everything. Like that.
Yes.
And go quickly to tell Lady Webb of our exploits. And after that, we're gonna hold the stream for today. I think we've gone on for a while, so we've done good progress in the game. I'm very, very happy with the progress we've done, and we're gonna kick it on from next stream onwards for sure. And I didn't have any difficulties fighting enemies. Granted, I haven't done really high-level encounters in this last stream session, so that might be some reason behind it.
How fares your search?
There's something I can tell you about the Leaden Key operations.
Well, let's hear it.
I found Theos in Brackenbury Sanitarium impersonating a patient. He was trying to damage the public opinion of animalcy.
Forgive me. It is unlike Theos to leave witnesses. He must be furious.
Oh, she's happy.
He did not aid you as you'd hoped, I take it? Well, take heart. With any luck, when he has finished his business, he will surely come and find you again, if only to kill you while you sleep.
Yeah, how nice.
This news of yours makes sense, of course. To dabble in animancy is to puzzle over the secrets of the gods. This would not be the Leaden Key's first action against it. But if this is connected to their other activities, we may be in for something on a much larger scale. That isn't enough to take to the Duke, but we're close. Avar Wolfgren is a cautious man. He will want to know everything possible before being moved to action.
Exactly, so that is why we have our third lead yet. In near Deerford Village. That's where we're gonna head next time. But for now, guys, I'd like to thank all of you for coming and watching this pretty long stream. It's been quite a journey, guys. It's been quite a journey, and I loved every little minute and second of it, truly. What act is this? Sup, boy? Well, you just came right on time. You just came right on time. Right on time. This is Act 2, Neffy. This is Act 2 out of 4, where 4th act is basically just the epilogue. Shame we weren't here before. You've you missed on your first rank up, Neffy. Anyway, we're gonna give a host to someone cool now. Is anyone in chat gonna stream right now, right here, right now? If not, we're just gonna host them and it's gonna be super cool. Why did I miss this stream? I don't know, you were sleeping. You didn't sleep all night because you had issues with health. So let's see, who'll be the streamings? Hey, Finn is streaming. Finn Stitches is streaming. Let's give him a host, he's playing some Destiny. Let's give him a host and give him some love, okay guys? I'll see you in his chats. And until next stream, I bid you all to stay well, and stay put, and stay safe. Until next time, much love, guys, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're all super cool. Voice is gone. Bye!